we talked, and we networked, and we danced.
Go to the next area I want to talk about on this journey, and that. So welcome to TEDx Memphis, or I guess I should say welcome back to TEDx Memphis. As you just saw, last year, Kimball Musk spoke at TEDx, and just this week, he's opening up his restaurant at Shelby Farms. Todd Richardson from Crosstown spoke last year at TEDx, and he is getting ready to move his family, along with lots of other folks, into Crosstown in a matter of months. The whole point is that what happens here today isn't supposed to stay here today or stop here today. It is supposed to inspire all of us, participants, audience, everybody, to go out there and continue to do great things. So I'm Jeff Calkins from the Commercial Appeal, and when I was asked to do this again this year, I was thrilled, until I heard that the theme was the value of X, and that sounded a lot like math. You remember in high school, don't you? We always had to solve for the value of X or find the value of X, even though, honestly, the value of X was often right there in the back of the math book. It was so incredibly frustrating. Just tell me the value of X and we can get on with it. It was incredibly frustrating, and I didn't know why I would want to have anything to do with that process today. And yet then when I thought about it, and it did strike me that in our civic life, that process of finding the value of something or seeing the value of something has been really significant over the last few years. For the longest time, we didn't see the value in a patch of grass in the park. We let cars park there. We did not care. And this year, that changed. We have seen new value in all kinds of old buildings, from Crosstown to the Pyramid, to Peabody Place, to the Chisca Hotel, to the Tennessee Brewery, and now perhaps to the Mid-South Coliseum. On a Sunday night in July, we saw or reaffirmed the value of peaceable protest, but we also saw and reaffirmed the value of actually listening to each other, which is something that a lot of cities seem to have missed. And as I thought about it, I think this process of finding the value in something or seeing the value in something really is a process, and it often begins with just a few folks. When a few people start to see the value in an old building or in a patch of grass or in anything else, we can start to see the value in that too. And so that's what today is about. Today you're going to hear from 16 different people who have seen value and found value in all kinds of different things that are really serious, like education and transportation and safety, and things that are a little lighter, things like Latin and opera and daydreams. And I hope that by hearing the importance and the value that they see in those things, that we will start to see the value in those things too, or indeed, you can go out and find your own X, your own thing that you value and see value in, and perhaps by seeing value in it, start to change the world. There are some official announcements that I'm obligated to make here, that I'm asked to make here, and so I want to do those now. First, thank you truly to the sponsors. This is not a cheap event to put on, and the sponsors who have participated believe in this city and believe in the power of ideas. Secondly, it really is supposed to be a continuing conversation. Go on Twitter. TEDx Memphis is the hashtag TEDx Memphis is the hashtag that you can use if you tweet about this. There's also an idea wall in the back. We urge you to write any interesting ideas that you might have. This is in blocks, so if you please only come and go during the blocks themselves. If you aren't able to make it for a particular block, you can watch it in the break room next door until that block is done. And then let's see, no photography or video. Please wear your name tags throughout the day. That's your ticket to all things TEDx Memphis. No food and drink. There will be snacks next door. And let's see, I think the other thing is there's going to be a big party tonight at the Levitt Shell from 7 to 9, food trucks. All the speakers will be there. We invite you to come and mingle then. And that gets me to our first speaker. First speaker, her name is Tammy Sawyer. And if you look at the bios, I'm not going to give you the whole bios during these introductions. If you look at the bio, it will tell you that she went to St. Mary's. It will tell you that she went and got a law degree. It will tell you that she came back and started to work for Teach for America as head of diversity here in Memphis. What it will not tell you is what a friend of hers from St. Mary's told me, Lexi Johnston, which is that she was a participant in the TV show Cupcake Wars. This is true. She was working for the Navy in Washington, D.C., and she started her own cupcake business. And she named all of her chocolate cupcakes after Black personalities. So let's see, there was the Rudy Huxtable cupcake and the Rick Rose cupcake, and there was a Usain Bolt cupcake that I guess you ate really fast. She named her vanilla cupcake after her friend from St. Mary's, Lexi Johnson. It was the Lexi because as she told Lexi, "You're the best white person I know." So she entered Cupcake Wars. She made it onto the actual TV show. She did not win, perhaps because her final cupcake was flavored collard green. But here's the point. The point is, when Tammy Sawyer does anything, she does it with gusto, whether it's cupcakes or whether it's something more serious. So it's no surprise that when she moved back here in 2013, she immediately became a leader in the Black Lives Matter movement, and it's no surprise that she actually decided to run for state rep. She took on a 22-year incumbent and lost by only 600 votes. She's Tammy Sawyer on the power and the value of you.
Good morning, Memphis. On an average street in an average neighborhood, a piece of paper lies on the sidewalk. The people of the neighborhood leave their homes that morning to walk past the piece of paper. Many ignore it, some don't see it, others are irritated and hope that the person who dropped the paper picks it up. The next day, the paper is still there, a little more crumpled, it's blown around, and it's slightly more dirty. Even more people start to ignore the paper until one person decides to pick it up. He reaches for the paper, but when he does, he sees that it's dirty and leaves it where it lays. Days go by, a few kids come running past and drop their fast food bags next to the paper. Days turn into weeks, weeks turn into months, and what was once just one piece of trash laying on the ground becomes a trash heap. The neighborhood deteriorates, the buildings begin to crumble, and people reminisce about the neighborhood that once was until they can remember no more. But do you remember the person on the first day who said, "I hope someone comes and picks up this paper"? Or the man the second day who went to reach for the paper and decided it was too dirty of a mess for him to clean up? Those people had the power to make change in their neighborhood just by simply picking up that one piece of paper. This is where we get into the value of you. If each of us had a blank piece of paper, the ideas about what we could do with that paper would take so long for us to execute that we'd be here the entire weekend. You might say, let's build paper airplanes. You might want to build a kaleidoscope. Someone in the back is throwing spitballs. Or someone sitting here and doing nothing. This world is filled with people with great ideas who do nothing with them. You have to begin to believe that you have the power within you to execute what ideas, visions, and dreams you have for this city. When the inner voice inside of you begins to say, "Who do you think you are?" silence it. When you begin to have doubts about yourself, "Am I good enough?" giving into imposter syndrome, don't listen to it. When you think your idea is too big and so you watch Netflix and do other things instead, stop procrastinating and go do it. President Barack Obama says, "We are the ones we have been waiting for. We are the change that we seek." We are consistently reminded that if we do not execute our goals, our dreams and visions for this city, our community, and our entire world, we will continue to watch pieces of paper become trash heaps. For 10 years, I lived in Washington, D.C. Washington, D.C. is the type of place where pretty much anything you want to do, someone's already done it. If you want to be a foodie, there's a list of food places to check out. If you want to be a change maker, you're pretty sure to run into a rally that's going on the mall, from everything from saving green spaces to fighting against racial injustice. If you want to get into politics, the Capitol is right there. You can check out the scene any day. I moved home in 2013, having spent 10 years being an observer and a participator in the life of Washington. The following year, our nation erupted into social unrest. In December 2014, a New York jury decided not to indict the police officer who choked the life from Eric Garner. I was sitting in my Memphis apartment watching the images on CNN roll in that showed people across the country filling streets with emotions, angry, and saying no more. I said, Memphis is the home of I Am a Man, Martin Luther King, Ida B. Wells, Ben Hooks. Why are we silent? Why are we only seeing images from Detroit and New York, the Bay Area and Atlanta? So I went to my favorite place, Twitter. And I sent out a tweet and said, hey Memphis, what's going on? Hashtag Eric Garner. That tweet received no response. And I found myself being the one to bend down and pick up that piece of paper that was racial injustice and silence in our city. And within 24 hours, I was the co-organizer of a protest at the Civil Rights Museum. Within a week, 25 people joined me on Bill Street, where we walked up and down the cold street, ridiculed by drunk Santas, prodded by the police, laughed at by merchants, with our hands up, saying, I can't breathe. This was the beginning of a movement in Memphis, one that we have seen evolve and grow. Just 1 month ago, in August 2016, 2,500 people blocked the Hernando de Soto Bridge that connects Arkansas to Memphis. These people brought trash bags and said, we are picking up the pieces of paper in our city that are racial injustice, inequity, inequality, disenfranchisement, poor education, and more. And we're going to say no more. People looked into themselves and found the value of you. And they stood up and they allowed their voices to be heard and force our city to change the conversation and notice the pieces of paper that are all of these societal ills based in racial inequity in our city and our country. Whatever it is that you have in your head today that you want to do to make change, the only thing standing in the way is you. If you want to build a community garden in a food insecure neighborhood, mentor children and teach them how to read, work with kids on their health and their fitness, and tackle the problems of diabetes in our community, whatever idea that you have, know that the only one who needs to execute that is you. Because collectively, we can all make this city and this country great. Be great, pick up the paper. Thank you.
Hey, Tammy. That's great. So there are a few, I'm going to ask a few of you folks, put you on the spot and ask you a couple questions if I can. One is, we tend to be as a community a little self-congratulatory and perhaps even smug about the fact that our protest went smoothly and was different than others. Are we being too self-satisfied? Was it happenstance, or should we in fact see the positive in Memphis in that?
Yeah, I think that the whole Memphis model is a premature congratulation. Even if you look at protests across the country, this whole notion of peaceful protestation is really overstated. Oftentimes, protesters are peaceful and less agitated, right? So this Memphis model was not something that was new. And if we were really in tune to what's going on across the country, we would have seen that this was not different than what's happening in a lot of other places. But also, this was, again, the beginning of people waking up and saying, like, no more. People weren't just upset about the killings that had happened the week before. It was a hot weekend, and folks, there's a lot going on. Air conditioning is out. You're not hearing from the leadership in the city the way that people need to hear from leadership in the city. People were just really fed up at that time, and they said, I'm going to go participate in this movement. And I think that you'll begin to see even more people participate in this movement if the voices of Memphians, of all races, of all economic background, continue to be ignored.
Is it originally it seemed like Black Lives Matter largely had a narrow focus on criminal justice biases and injustice, and yet often it is broadened into all the societal problems and legacies that have bedeviled us. Is it important to have a narrow focus, or is it appropriate to widen the lens?
Yeah, so first I want to share with everyone here that Black Lives Matter is two things. It's a movement and it's an organization. So oftentimes, especially here in Memphis, what we're seeing are the movement, which is, again, individuals who are moved under the banner of, I believe that Black lives should matter more to people in this country, right? And so in this movement, people have different values. They have different ideas. They think that Black lives should matter in education. Black lives should matter in transportation. Black lives should matter in the workforce, et cetera, et cetera. So the movement has a very broad focus. The organization, you can find more about that on their website, but the organization definitely has a criminal justice focus. And I think it's important that people are focused and planned and organized, but I also think that we have to understand that these issues come with emotions, and people respond and react, and you can't hold it in a box.
Tammy, thank you very much.
Thank
Appreciate
you.
it. Congratulations. Next speaker is Ryan Sellers, who is one of the 4 Latin teachers at MUS. Now, we can roll our eyes at Latin if you want. I'm going to actually, I don't use notes. No one on TEDx uses notes, but I think that Latin is grandfathered in. So I went and found some useful phrases that I could personally use. Non caldor sed amors est qui nobis incommodat. It's not the heat, it's the humidity. Quo signo nata est, what's your sign? And here's one we could use at the CA these days, raptus regulator, royally screwed. Now, as a newspaper guy, you have no idea how nice it is to see someone making a living at something that everybody else has declared to be dead. The real point is that Ryan Sellers is spending his life teaching a rich and ancient language to teenagers who are fluent in emoji and snark. Here he is on the value of Latin.
In January of 2015, Kobe Bryant of the Los Angeles Lakers made some very critical comments about the younger generation of basketball players in America. It was actually during a press conference following a loss to our own Memphis Grizzlies, in which he lashed out at the young men who have come up through the AAU system. He said that although these young players may have mastered a lot of fancy dribbling techniques and gravity-defying slam dunks, they never learned the basic skills of basketball: layups, free throws, mid-range shots, posting up, boxing out, rebounding, passing, and playing defense. In summarizing his observations about these young players, Kobe made a very perceptive comment. He said, "They don't know the fundamentals of the game." Just as fundamentals are important in basketball, they're also important in education. We can't prepare students for the future simply by giving them a laptop and hoping for the best. Now, we all know that TED events like this are based on ideas, big ideas, counterintuitive ideas. So the idea I'd like to propose today is this: one of the most effective ways of building strong fundamentals in students and preparing them for the future, ironically enough, is by looking to the past through the teaching of Latin. Latin will help students think more logically, communicate more effectively, and have a more comprehensive understanding of the world around them, no matter how technologically advanced that world may become. To begin with, let's address a common misconception that Latin is a dead language spoken by ancient Europeans 2,000 years ago, holding no relevance whatsoever for people living in the 21st century. There's even an old poem that expresses this point of view. Latin is a language as dead can be. First it killed the Romans, and now it's killing me. Now, students may feel this way sometimes, but this simply is not true. The reality is that Latin never died. It never came to a crashing end with the death of a single tragic figure. It simply evolved gradually over time and developed into other languages. Moreover, classical Latin is still very much alive and well in government, art, religion, literature, medicine, law, and science. It's not a dead language, it's an eternal language. So, what are the benefits of studying this eternal language? How can it help students develop, as Kobe Bryant would say, the fundamentals of the game? First point, language foundation. As I just mentioned, Latin experienced an evolution, not an extinction. Over the course of hundreds and hundreds of years, it gradually developed into a set of languages known today collectively as the Romance languages: French, Italian, Romanian, Portuguese, and Spanish. If you have a strong foundation in Latin, then learning any of these other languages will be a much easier endeavor. Number two, word power. I think we advanced one slide too many, Mr. Fudge. English is not a Romance language per se, but nevertheless, about 60 to 70% of the words in the English language do derive from Latin. Here's an example. A famous sentence, the preamble of the US Constitution, "We the people." I remember having to memorize this when I was in school. Many of you probably were required to do the same. If we remove the Latin derivatives from this sentence, then as you can see, not much is left behind. Therefore, this illustrates the fact that Latin is the backbone of the English language. It's invaluable for vocabulary acquisition, and it should come as no surprise that Latin students outperform everyone else on the verbal sections of standardized tests. Number three, there it is, critical thinking skills. The past few years, we've been hearing a lot about the importance of STEM education, science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. Latin may be 2,000 years old, but it fits in perfectly with these trendy 21st century subjects. Why? Because Latin is a very mathematical language. Just like math and science, it requires students to pay very careful attention to detail, and it requires them not only to memorize vast amounts of information, but more importantly, to evaluate that information and to apply it in new situations. Number four, cultural connections. By this, I simply mean that Latin encourages students to recognize the parallels between the ancient world and the modern world. Here's an example. A passage from the Roman poet Martial from a collection called De Spectaculis, which he wrote to commemorate the grand opening of the Flavian Amphitheater, a building better known today as the Colosseum. Although this is a poem about the Colosseum, it's not about gladiator combat. Instead, it's a celebration of the diversity of the spectators in the audience. There are people in the stands from the Balkan Peninsula, Western Russia, Egypt, Britain, Arabia, Turkey, Germany, and Ethiopia. What's the significance? Well, the significance is that it reminds us that ancient Rome was a large, multi-ethnic, multilingual superpower, just like the United States is today. And along with the power and glory of being a huge empire came a lot of very serious challenges, many of the same challenges we're facing today. Studying how the ancient Romans confronted these issues 2,000 years ago, therefore, will help today's students grapple with these same issues in a much more sophisticated fashion. Final point, career preparation. I always like to give some examples of people who started out with a very strong foundation in Latin and who then went on to achieve success in a wide variety of areas. And I don't mean just doctors and lawyers. I mean performers like Chris Martin from Coldplay, Mindy Kaling from The Office and the Mindy Project, and Bob Dylan. Dylan not only studied Latin at Hibbing High School in Hibbing, Minnesota, but he was also a member of the Latin Club. Imagine that, Bob Dylan, a legendary nonconformist joining his high school Latin Club. He's been incorporating classical references into his music ever since. Writers such as Toni Morrison, the last American to win a Nobel Prize for Literature, and J.K. Rowling, the author of the Harry Potter series, both of whom minored in classical studies in college. Entrepreneurs such as Ted Turner, the founder of CNN, and Mark Zuckerberg, the founder and CEO of Facebook. One of the very first computer programs Zuckerberg ever designed was actually a video game based on the ancient Roman Empire. Moreover, he initially went to Harvard with an interest in majoring in classical studies until, as we know, he was sidetracked by a little computer project. NFL quarterbacks, such as Drew Brees, who was an excellent AP Latin student in high school, and Robert Griffin III, who was studying Latin at Baylor University during a record-setting season on the field. And finally, political figures from both the left and the right, Bill Clinton, Boris Johnson, and Condoleezza Rice. When students finish school and hit the job market, let's be completely honest, prospective employers are not specifically going to be looking for people who can conjugate Latin verbs in the pluperfect subjunctive. They're not specifically going to be looking for people who can translate Book 4 of the Aeneid, and they're not specifically going to be looking for people who can rattle off the accomplishments of the Julio-Claudian emperors. They will, however, be looking for people who can think logically, communicate effectively, and solve problems in innovative ways. In other words, they're going to be looking for people who know the fundamentals of the game, fundamentals which we can cultivate through the teaching of Latin. Thank you.
I have the answer to a question that we've all asked. The question is, why is it that the letter X represents the unknown? Now, I know we learned that in math class, but now it's everywhere in the culture. The X Prize, the X Files, Project X, TEDx. Where'd that come from? About 6 years ago, I decided that I would learn Arabic, which turns out to be a supremely logical language. To write a word or a phrase or a sentence in Arabic is like crafting an equation because every part is extremely precise and carries a lot of information. That's one of the reasons so much of what we've come to think of as Western science and mathematics and engineering was really worked out in the first few centuries of the Common Era by the Persians and the Arabs and the Turks. This includes the little system in Arabic called algebra, and algebra roughly translates to the system for reconciling disparate parts. Algebra finally came into English as algebra, one example among many. The Arabic texts containing this mathematical wisdom finally made their way to Europe, which is to say Spain, in the 11th and 12th century. And when they arrived, there was tremendous interest in translating this wisdom into a European language. But there were problems. One problem is there are some sounds in Arabic that just don't make it through a European voice box without lots of practice. Trust me on that one. Also, those very sounds tend not to be represented by the characters that are available in European languages. Here's one of the culprits. This is the letter sheen, and it makes the sound we think of as sh, sh. It's also the very first letter of the word shay'un, which means something, just like the English word something, some undefined, unknown thing. Now in Arabic, we can make this definite by adding the definite article al. So this is al-shay'un, the unknown thing. And this is a word that appears throughout early mathematics, such as this 10th century derivation of proofs. The problem for the medieval Spanish scholars who were tasked with translating this material is that the letter sheen and the word shay'un can't be rendered into Spanish because Spanish doesn't have that sh, that sh sound. So by convention, they created a rule in which they borrowed the ck sound, the k sound, from the classical Greek in the form of the letter chi. Later, when this material was translated into a common European language, which is to say Latin, they simply replaced the Greek chi with the Latin x. And once that happened, once this material was in Latin, it formed the basis for mathematics textbooks for almost 600 years. But now we have the answer to our question. Why is it that x is the unknown? X is the unknown because you can't say sh in Spanish. And I thought that was worth sharing.
So Darius Wallace is an actor, he's an author, he's a filmmaker. He is a founding member of the Tennessee Shakespeare Company. He opened last year's TEDx, not FedEx, that's a Memphis thing, last year's TEDx with a poem that was so powerful that the organizers asked him to come back and give a talk. I'm going to let Darius tell his own story, which is truly remarkable, but it focuses on the value of empowerment, on the value of finding that spark inside yourself. It's funny how it works sometimes. You can see the value in an old building. You can see the value in your friends. But sometimes it really is the hardest thing to find the value in yourself. The other thing you should know about Darius is we were here yesterday for rehearsals. After his rehearsal, he drove 6 hours to Missouri to give a one-man show on the life of Frederick Douglass. Then he drove 6 hours back. So I expected a talk on the value of coffee. But instead, I'm giving you Darius Wallace on the value of empowerment. Good luck. Thanks.
Yes, my name is Darius Wallace, and I'm an actor, author, filmmaker, and crazier. Because anytime one man can choose multiple professions where you reject it 99.9% of the time, that man is butt naked out of his mind. A friend of mine is a sculptor, and he takes these stones and he turns them into beautiful works of art. I said, man, how do you do that? How do you take these stones and turn them into beautiful works of art? He said, well, Darius, what would you do if you could take any of my stones and turn them into art? I said, well, I'm an actor. I'd take the stone, dress it up in a costume, put it on the stage, and let it be what it is. I said, but what do you do to turn these stones into beautiful works of art? He said, Darius, it's my belief that the beautiful work of art is already within the stone. That all I have to do is chisel away at what's unnecessary, smooth out the rough edges, straighten out the crooked lines, and I cultivate the stone into the beautiful work of art it was always meant to be. Well, 20 years ago, I was the stone. 20 years ago, I was depressed. 20 years ago, I lost my will to live. It all happened when I was driving down the street in Los Angeles, California, called Waring Street. But I thought the street sign said Warning Street, and boom, I was on the flat. Now, this is before the age when everybody had cell phones, so I got help to push the car to the garage, and I got on the payphone, and I called my mother because I really needed help. Now, even though I was a struggling actor who couldn't afford to get his tire fixed, the very next day I was going to be meeting with one of the top casting directors in LA. And when I told my mother this, she said, "Darius, I'm excited for you. I'm proud of you. Now I can rest." That night I pre-celebrated with the Shapiro's beer, a joint, and a great time with my girl. The very next day was a quiet, calm, cloudy day. The phone rang. Intuitively, I knew it was from home. "Hello? Darius?" It was my father. Pat passed. My mother had been battling breast cancer, and that morning, she died. Clouds cried, causing confusion because she was gone. It was sunny LA, but that day it rained, and it rained, and it rained. Tears were streaming down the face of the skies because my mother was an angel. I went on to meet with this casting director. I mustered up enough courage to do a short performance for him. He was moved that I would come to meet with him even though my mother passed away that morning, and he said, "You're going to work in this town." He picked up the phone and called other casting directors and told them I would be meeting with them for some potential casting in television when I came back from my mother's funeral. He graciously gave his condolences and sent me off. I flew here to Memphis, and I was surrounded by friends, family who had all come to Memphis to celebrate my mother's life and to see her off to her home going. I flew back to LA, but I was no longer the me I knew. I was a weaker me, a broken me who grew sadder and lonelier by the day. I did not work in LA like the casting director said I would because I would not get out of bed. And when I did, it seemed like the whole world turned upside down. I lost everything. I lost my apartment, lost my car, lost my girl. I lost my esteem. But a beacon of light called from LA in the form of a theater festival, and I took a bus straight across the country to a beautiful brownstone in Brooklyn where I was surrounded by great actors, great directors, great writers, and also a great amount of drugs, and I participated. And one day, after drinking some whiskey, snorting some coke, smoking some weed mixed with heroin, I found myself in humiliation on the toilet. And as I was sitting there, I would go in and out of consciousness, and I remember various people passing me by almost as if I wasn't even there. I could have died for all they cared. Not only did I lose my esteem, but in that moment, I lost my dignity. I lost my will to live. I was the stone. And I did to myself what I said I would do to a stone. I dressed myself up. I decided one day that I would give up acting and I would be homeless. I actually found myself in the streets of Brooklyn pushing a cart to pick up cans, to get cash, not the $600 a week I was hoping for, but $20 a week. And I remember sitting on a bench in Fort Greene, Brooklyn, and across the way I could see Spike Lee's 40 Acres and a Mule. And I remember thinking to myself, I never thought that I would end up homeless. I never thought that I would be pushing a cart down the streets of Brooklyn. I never thought that I would be battling addiction, but there I was. I always thought I would be in a Spike Lee movie by now. I always thought I would be on television or in theater around the country. But here I was, broke, broken, hungry, homeless, sad, stuck. But according to statistics, I'm not alone. As a matter of fact, they say America, 70% of America is more unhappy than she's ever been. In spite of comforts, And I believe it's because it's this overwhelming feeling of being stuck in your circumstances, stuck in situations where you may be saying to yourself, like I did, I never thought that I would end up in the career that I'm in right now. I never thought that I would end up dealing with all these different crazy circumstances. I always thought I would be living my dreams by now. Well, I want you to know that there's something phenomenal about how fire comes into the world. You strike a match and there's a spark. And you strike it again, and sometimes you have to strike it again and again and again until that spark becomes a flame. And that flame, when cultivated, becomes fire. And fire, when it's creatively controlled, becomes energy that lights up the whole world. When I was sitting on that bench, I remembered my father shared something with me. He planted a spark of inspiration in me that I now plant inside you, where he said,
thought I knew and wish I'd known and was afraid of and was uncomfortable about. And I sat and thought about how I didn't need to rush to a solution, just be comfortable being uncomfortable. And so I probably became less interesting at dinner because I talked about this a lot and challenged our assumptions about what we thought we knew, but we didn't. I probably became less fun at parties because I was always challenging the way we thought about things. And I definitely became a bit of a problem at work, where I started challenging all of the assumptions about economic development and tried and true strategies that were designed to bring access and opportunity to cities that were actually failing. And we knew we were failing because the numbers weren't changing. And I tried to honor my discomfort and my new awareness by bringing a different set of thinking to the work we were doing. Mine is a tale of two cities. You heard I grew up in Detroit. You can hear by my voice that I'm not from here. I hear that pretty regularly, and I think I've only managed thus to pick up y'all a little bit. I moved here from Detroit to Memphis. There's a familiar refrain about how Memphis isn't Detroit and Detroit isn't Memphis, but we are in fact very similar in so many ways. We're different, of course, and we could talk about that for hours and hours, but we're sort of tied together by a river and a culture and a grit and a spirit of entrepreneurship and joy that drives us. We are determined and driven and courageous people. We're also bound by an age-old narrative that holds us back in many ways, that the courage to sit in the discomfort around can move us. It can help us find that new next level of understanding, that new next level of awareness. And that is my hope for every time I am invited into discomfort. You see, I grew up in Detroit. I was born in 1967, which tells you a little bit how old I was, but also that I was born in the center of the civil uprisings in Detroit in 1967. And we've unfortunately not seen as much change across the country as we need or should see. And so, today is about invitations to the value and the power of X. For me, it's about an invitation for you to join me in your own discomfort. That doesn't have to be about race or inequity. It can be about a million things. The world needs us to be uncomfortable. The world needs us to dismiss the way we think about things. The world needs us to ask questions that we're afraid to ask. The world needs us to hear answers that we are not prepared to hear. The world needs us to know that we don't know everything we think we do, and that even at the ripe old age of 48, we can continue to invite discomfort into our lives. Moving to Memphis was about discomfort. He said it. It was uncomfortable. I asked my entire family, all of whom are seated here today, thank you very much, to join me here in this place, this mid-southern city that is hotter than anyone in the world could ever believe, is complicated and amazing and challenging in so many beautiful ways, and they did. So this invitation just isn't about me, it's about all of the people I've come to know and love who have willingly joined me in this discomfort in pursuit of a higher and greater understanding, in pursuit of our own increased awareness of how we can behave in this community as better, well-informed citizens. And so, in spite of all of that discomfort, we move through the world, and I hope that you will move through it with us. I hope that as you see this stool sitting beside me, you will think about the opportunities that you're faced with on a daily basis to be the voice in a room that challenges things that are being said by folks. I hope that you will be willing, when invited, to sit very uncomfortably in this seat when someone tells you something you didn't expect, or maybe tells you that you've disappointed them or taken them down a path that you weren't planned to take. I hope that you will allow the value of this seat to help you seek justice and reason and truth and explore your passions in ways that you haven't heretofore even imagined. I hope then that as we've all sat through this glorious discomfort, you realize I don't think the end of the story is sad. I think it's happy and bright and filled with abundance and opportunity and access, if only as we move through to the other side, we behave differently. One of my biggest struggles with economic development in our country today is that we keep doing the same stuff and expecting different outcomes. Once you've sat here and spent time in the reality of another person's pain or discomfort, you can't anymore accept what we've been doing all along as good enough. Whether we're talking about economic development, transportation, education, access to fresh and healthy food. If it's not working, we are obliged to challenge the status quo, to recognize this discomfort as the thing that can drive us and move us to the other side. So, after lunch, after hearing speakers that are far better prepared than me, or far more experienced than me, I hope that you will recognize that through these shaking legs of discomfort, an expression of this story, that you are invited to be uncomfortable. I hope that you will let that discomfort drive you. I hope that you will let your discomfort with any of the things I've said drive you. I hope you will realize that I knew I may say things that you didn't like or made you uncomfortable or made me uncomfortable, but that's sort of the point, right? Until it's good enough, we can't just simply sit in our own imagined comfort and think it's enough. We can't. And so, if there are things I've done that have made you uncomfortable, you're sitting in it. And if there are things that I've done that will ultimately make me uncomfortable, I will sit in it. But I am willing to be imperfect in the discovery of all of the things we know we need to know to make this a just, inclusive, and wonderful universe. And I know that each of you are willing to join me there. So as we end today, I want to know if you'll sit. If you'll just sit for a moment in the discomfort of whatever it is you're learning that's making you uncomfortable. And I want to know if you'll let that discomfort guide you. Thank you.
So, you mentioned that you're sometimes asked, or sometimes will people say about Memphis, well, at least we're not Detroit. It's the old, how, in what ways is that either not accurate or not productive?
Yeah, so I get asked this question a lot, and there's clearly similarities. You can look at pictures of our cities, and they're almost exactly the same. The demographic breakdowns are the same, and some of our challenges are the same. Ways I hope we remain different are, the auto crash of 2008, the single largest municipal bankruptcy in the history of our country, which followed 2 years later, and a whole variety of other really unfortunate events that have occurred in Detroit. I hope that we avoid here, because Detroit can act as a harbinger for American cities across the country, right? I also hope that we don't think we're so similar that everything that we've done there to sort of right the ship can be just dropped into place here. And I think, we're spending a lot of time thinking about the adaptation of strategies, not the sort of drop and load of strategies.
I suspect that even in Detroit, though, that in Detroit you're not thinking, at least we're not Detroit, there's hope in Detroit. I mean, isn't there even hope in Detroit? I imagine.
We have hope in Detroit, yes we do. Yeah. We sat through a bunch of garbage though, and we didn't like ourselves for a very long time. In fact, that's one of the starkest similarities to Memphis, is for a long time we had a very terrible self-image in Detroit. If anything, hitting the very bottom and skittering past it, we have a restoration of belief and hope. And often I tell Memphians, and I'm an adopted Memphian now, that it's way better than you think. And so we have a real sort of struggled sense of how extraordinary Memphis really is. And I think once we realize that, the world will also.
You were brought here to help create a productive and vibrant entrepreneurial environment. What is that like in Memphis? And we hear all about other cities outstripping us in various ways. What's the outlook there?
I think the outlook there is highly positive. Obviously, I wouldn't have moved the entire center of my universe here if I didn't believe that. But with all sincerity, I think there's a huge amount of energy and creativity and courage around that. What I would say is we are never going to be Silicon Valley or Boston. Don't care. We're not even going to be Nashville. But we are going to be rock solid, amazing Memphis, and all of the tools are in place to make that happen.
Right. Thank you very much.
Thank
Appreciate
you.
it. Thanks. All right, we're going to take a quick break. There are refreshments out there. I urge you to go on Twitter, again, to tweet about this and take pictures of yourselves, heavens, with the big TEDx letters. Write things and suggestions down on the idea wall. The doors will close promptly at 11:30, so we can recommence. So make sure you're back here by then. Thanks very much for joining us today.
Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. The program will begin in 10 minutes. Gentlemen, please be seated. The program will begin in 5 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated and silence your cell phones.
From Kenya to Colombia, from Iraq to Korea, in slums, in schools, in prisons, and in theaters, every day people gather at TEDx events around the world to hear the best ideas bubbling up in their communities. Today, you are part of a global conversation about our shared future. So what is this TEDx? TEDx is an initiative of the TED Conference, a nonprofit devoted to ideas worth spreading. We grant free licenses to allow TED-like events to spread globally. This event today is based on the TED Conference format and ideals, but is independently organized by your local community. So please make sure to thank the team of volunteers who worked so hard on today's event. It's their ideas, dedication, and time that made it all possible. It's they who booked all the speakers, and the views you'll hear today are, of course, those of those speakers, not necessarily of TED's. But we hope their talks spark an exciting conversation among you. This is a day for curiosity and for skepticism, for openness and for critical thinking, for inspiration and for action. The more you enter into it, the more you'll take out. And now, on with the show.
Welcome back. Three very quick announcements. The band, by the way, which has been entertaining us so fabulously, is called Reach, and so you should absolutely know that and applaud them. I don't know where they are, but... Secondly, the folks you see in red shirts are volunteers, and they are students at MUS, Memphis University School. I disparaged their Latin earlier, but they have devoted their Saturdays to doing this good work. There's like 50 of them who are doing this. So thank you very much to MUS and the volunteers. This whole enterprise was started last year because an MUS student said, why the heck don't we have one of these in Memphis? And so it is a continuation of that. Thirdly, if you have misplaced your purse and cell phone, there is a purse and cell phone that has been located, and it is at the t-shirt desk, wherever that is. All right, so onward with the show. It has always struck me that there are two jobs, as I've observed Memphis, two jobs that would strike me as just awful. One would be the director of really difficult, thankless jobs. One would be the director of Memphis Animal Shelter, and the second would be the director of the Memphis Area Transit Authority. Who would want a job that is so underfunded, so overwhelming? Well, the answer is Ron Garrison would want one of those jobs. He is director of the Memphis Area Transit Authority. In fact, yesterday was his 2-year anniversary as director of the Memphis Area Transit Authority. He is going to come up and talk to you about the future and the value of transportation. And lest you think it is pie-in-the-sky stuff when you hear it, as honestly I did when I first heard the talk yesterday, you should know that he has already been invited to and has delivered a version of the talk to the Federal Transit Authority. Oh, and also, after he's done with his remarks, before he escapes, I am going to ask him when we get our trolleys back. Ron Garrison on the value of transportation.
I move people. Literally, that's what I do every day. I move people to help them get to work, to see their grandparents, to visit friends. With 27 years as a transit professional and as a CEO of Memphis Area Transit Authority, and you don't have to laugh again, I'm always looking for ways to think outside the bus. Because there's always ways that we can make the quality of life better for our city and our communities. And I think possibly the world. And that's what I want to talk to you about today. A way that we could transform our world tomorrow using mass transit and technology today to make equitable, transit available and affordable for everyone. When I was a boy, my grandmother liked to come and pick up her 4 grandkids and take us to the zoo and take us on outings, and it was great for my mom because she got a couple of minutes apiece, right? Well, I remember one morning when I was 6 years old, I heard my grandmother pull up, and I ran out to the front door. I opened it up, and I looked up at my grandmother, and she was a nurse. She said, "Stroke." She knew she was having a stroke because she was a nurse. Well, my grandfather took care of her for a couple years, and then he had a stroke. So they moved in with us. And my grandmother was in a wheelchair. So she couldn't, be a nurse anymore. She couldn't take her kids to the zoo. She was homebound. And I finally remember those times, and I think back, and I wished that there was some way that they could have gotten their independence and their freedom back. So as we talk today, I'd like you to remember 3 things that would make this work. One is equitable transit. The other is a virtual fleet. And the last one that makes it work is a universal pass. Because you see, the real problem is that all across this country, people are in transit deserts. Like this guy. Look at this guy. He's not going anywhere. He's not going to get a taxi. He's not going to get a bus. He's not going to get a train. He may think he's pretty cool. He's Indiana Jones and he's going to save the world, right? He's got all those tools, but he doesn't have the one thing that he needs to survive: water. So what do you think he would want right now? Water or a way to get out of that desert? Well, we all need water. But in our country and around the world, we need equitable transit even more because it is rarer than water, especially for those that live in a transit desert, those that are disabled, those that are marginalized, those that don't have a car, or they can't afford a car, those that are in areas where transportation is not affordable. And if you think about it, the transportation deserts are all over the country. Now think about a city, any city, USA. And when you think about that city, you know and I know that there's places you can't get a cab. You and I both know that there are times when transit is not readily available. We know that some people, like we talked about, can't afford or don't want a car. Did you know that in 2014 there were over 260 million vehicles registered in the United States? Yeah, and over 4 million miles of road. And just last week, the American Public Transportation Association put out a report showing that the average American could save $9,600 a year by using mass transit instead of using their personal owned vehicle. Now, what if you could take that money, put it right back in your pocket? That'd be great, wouldn't it? And while you're putting it in your pocket, you could have equitable transit, which provided more options than you ever had before. Because you see, I believe that equitable transit is the answer that America needs today. Transportation that's there when you need it and when you want it, okay? But let's look at transit in general. In transportation, you've got light rail, you've got subways, you've got the bullet train, you got that new Hyperloop. Anybody heard of that Hyperloop? Yeah. You got the bus there on the right. And you also have paratransit. How many folks know what paratransit is? Okay, a couple. Well, so paratransit is a federally mandated service that we provide if you are eligible per the American Disabilities Act law. And all transit companies provide it or they source it out. So to use this, you have to be eligible. You have to call ahead a day or two, so it's a little inconvenient. And then you have to negotiate your time. And then this paratransit vehicle comes and picks you up and it takes you where you need to go. It costs the taxpayer $50 a trip approximately to do that. Whereas a bus costs about $2.75 a trip. It sounds like there's a little disparity there. But the reality is this is a tremendous opportunity. And we're going to talk about that in a minute. Now, how do you make equitable transit work? You've got to have a universal pass. Remember, that's the other thing I talked about, a universal pass. But what is a universal pass and how would it work? Well, there's a few things that a universal pass would do, And I thought maybe I would tell you just about a couple of what those things might be. So, wouldn't it be great if the Universal Pass opened a whole new world right before your eyes, making jobs, education, medical care, shopping, new opportunities, ability to visit family and friends that was reachable and affordable for everyone? What if you could get that job across the city that you can afford to take a taxi to before, and you could get home safely late at night or early in the morning with just a single tap on your mobile phone or a Word or on your smartwatch? There would be an application in this Universal Pass that would do all of it for you. Very, very easy. The Universal Pass would have numerous options that would be available that you could schedule right there, and they'd be affordable for everyone. You'd know exactly when your ride's picking you up because you'd know real time because of GPS right here on your smartwatch or your smartphone. Remember that $9,600 I told you about? You put that back in your pocket, and at the same time, you improve your transportation options. It's good for the environment, too, because the Universal Pass will get more people to transit, which will get less cars on the road and other opportunities, and in doing so, less pollution. But we could, you know what we could do here? We could usher in a new era of equitable transit for individuals, for families, for transit providers, for social service agencies, for healthcare agencies, employers, developers, businesses. It would work for everyone. But listen very carefully. This is one of the most important points. What if the cost of your personal Universal Pass was based on, or scalable, so it's scalable, based on your social economic station? So it'd be less for those with low income. What if transportation, even better, what if it were free while you're trying to look for a job? You have all the options available and it's free to get a job. So for the first time, lower income could mean lower transportation costs. Want me to go on? Well, maybe that's enough for now. So, think of it. Lower transportation costs for lower income. Well, we need another piece of the puzzle to make this work. You need to have a virtual fleet. Mass transit will do most of it, and it'll work better with this, but you have to have a virtual fleet. And what I mean by that is kind of like Jay Leno's garage. He's got all those cars, and they're virtually there. He can use them whenever he wants. But whether it's a bus, paratransit, new rideshare technology and companies out there, a taxi, driverless cars are going to be huge. Driverless cars on this virtual fleet will make money for the economy, for transit systems. Paratransit ridership will go through the roof, which will drive down the cost. That's why that opportunity was there I was telling you about. So we'd have these new funding sources that would feed mass transit and make it work better. But there are other pieces to the puzzle that you need. By using your Universal Pass, you could have preferences built in right here on your cell phone, whether you want what's most eco-friendly, fastest, cheapest. You want a part of your Fitbit, so that you can build in walking or bicycling. You would have all these options available, and with the touch of a button, it would schedule all of it for you. And there'd be a scorecard. With the scorecard, you might want to what's safest, what's most customer friendly, what's on time the most, how well the vehicle's maintained for all of the different options that are available. That would all be layered over, and with a push of a button. Even if you wanted extra room for grocery shopping, that would all be available. But there's got to be other ways to fund this as well. What if there are additional ways to fund this? Okay. How about government agencies? Veterans need to get a ride, don't they? Right? Medicare, Medicaid, state government, city government. State and city governments like to have benefits for their employees, and they could automatically put that money on everyone's individual pass that works there so that they have that fare media ready to use with their Universal Pass. Same thing with Social Security, Veterans Administration. All of those could put that right on your Universal Pass so that you have the virtual fleet that's available for you to use whenever you need it. There could be communities of faith, churches, benevolence, that want to help folks, homeless coalitions that could put money on your universal pass so that you could have opportunities. There's a lot of businesses out there and employers that can't afford to build a parking garage at $25,000 a space. So what they might want to do is give their employees an incentive that's good for their morale, and put that on their universal pass. So just imagine, for the first time, to almost all Americans, they would have the opportunity to go places. They could take their kids to the park, they could exercise, they could go visit the zoo, they could go shopping. Wouldn't that be great if you could go shopping wherever you wanted to shop? And you didn't like this doctor, but now you have the opportunity to go to the medical facility of your choice. And what if you had new job opportunities available and you could get to them like we talked about? It'd be great, wouldn't it? So close your eyes for another minute. Now imagine one of your favorite cities. Okay, got it? Now, in that city, got to do a lot of planning, don't you? You've got to plan your trip and a rental car, and you've got to plan whether you need a taxi or how to get to your hotel. Okay, open your eyes. So what if your universal pass on your smartphone did it all for you with just a tap of the button or a word on your voice, or on your smartwatch, or other device in the future? And it could be done faster, it would be more convenient, it would save you money and save you time. So it doesn't matter if you're in San Francisco, it doesn't matter if you go to Hawaii. Anybody want to go to Hawaii? Well, you could use your equitable transit. You could go to New York or St. Louis or anywhere for that matter. It doesn't matter where you go, because equitable transportation would be available and easy to use for everyone. So for the first time in our country, on this device right here, you could schedule your trip. It would be paid for through all the other sources. It would truly be equitable because there'd be additional funding. Remember we said lower income equals lower transportation costs? It wouldn't cost us anything more. It would help our economies because people would have jobs and they would have opportunities. And those folks that are elderly or disabled or marginalized could now have a bigger part in our society. They could actually realize their potential. This could change the country. And as we think about it, if you look all around the world, and even in our country, we still have those transit deserts. There's more and more of them. And there's more elderly, and there's more disabled. But for the first time, there's a way that it doesn't have to be that way. They could have the same opportunities. They could realize their potential. They could go out and do things with their friends and family, just like some of us do. And all of us would use it too, which would improve transit ridership, which would improve economies across the nation. But the thing of it is, there will be a whole new businesses built around equitable transportation, a virtual fleet, and the universal pass. So if my grandmother, if she were alive today, she could have this freedom tomorrow. And so could your grandma too. Thank you.
That was wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you.
When are we getting our trolleys back?
Yes.
Why is it? It's funny. Like for those of us who just miss the trolleys, it's like, what is hard about getting trolleys back? Why? When are we going to get our trolleys back?
So we are going to get our trolleys back, and we'll start with Main Street first. But we are doing this as a completely new start. And simplistically, what that means is we have over 300 activities, 39 plans we have to put together. They have to go through DOT and FTA with multiple layers. They have to be approved. We have to do a safety certification plan. And each trolley has to be completely rebuilt as new with new technology. And that's going to cost us about between $600,000 and $1.3 million per trolley.
Oh my goodness. Is it fundamentally, because there are those who say, well, maybe it's not worth that expense. There are certainly big needs in this city. We want to get people by buses where they need to get. Is it worth it to invest that kind of money in the trolleys?
Well, first of all, I like buses, and I never throw anyone under the bus. But the trolleys really are worth it for, and I'm a real bus advocate. But the thing of it is, if you think about a trolley, it's nostalgic. When you're on that trolley, it's memories of yesteryear. It's romantic. You're connected with the street and what's going on. People love the trolleys. They come from all over the world to do that. The worst streetcar system in the country had a 900% return on investment.
Did we have a return on?
We had a huge return on investment. If you talk to the folks that work downtown or the employers, businesses are way down because the trolleys aren't there. So when the trolleys come back, downtown will come back even more, with the trolley. So it's absolutely worth it. It's good for commerce. It's good for getting people to work or to shop. And it's fun. Even when you're standing on the street,
I
love
the trolleys. So I didn't hear a date, though. What's the date?
Actually, the date that the trolleys will be coming back.
Don't tell anybody.
Right. That's when they're coming back.
A year? Give me a rough.
So we're going to do Main Street first, and the good news is that we already have one trolley that's pristine and completely rebuilt as new. The city stepped up. Yeah. And you're all going to hear about it. We're going to have a big event, and we got a second one that's going to be delivered in about a month. That's completely there's pristine. So we'll have those on Main Street, and I'm hoping to do it unofficially. There's no media here? Is there any media here?
None.
Okay, so
none.
So just between us, okay? Probably, maybe, I'm hoping sometime next year. But I'm never going to admit to saying that.
Okay, sometime in 2017.
Yes.
You have our word. You have your word. Right. Exactly. Thank you. Is by the way, and this. It's funny, the disconnect between, so many wonderful things that you talked about in the capacities in the talk, and yet we see the struggles just to sort of have enough money to do the bare bones. Is what you talked about, how was it received when you talked to the Federal Transportation?
They were so excited. They asked us to apply for a special innovation grant to get the seed money to get this started. I also have a couple of transit entities that I'm working with, and some other groups that want to help fund this. This is something that's real. This could happen. This could make all the difference. So yes, they were very excited, and we should find out about the grant soon. And not only us, but others could work on this.
Okay. Thank you, Ron. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ron Jackson. Ron, by the way, I asked people how they ended up in Memphis, and I asked him, so how'd you end up in Memphis? And he said, well, he was offered a job in Russia, and his wife wouldn't go. So that we're there anyway. Anyway, our next speaker, Mario Brown. A long time ago, he was in middle school, and he wanted to play a musical instrument. And of course, he wanted to play a loud musical instrument. He wanted to play drums, or he wanted to play saxophone, or he wanted to play something glamorous like that. And the music director said to him, you know what, I think you'd be really good at flute and piccolo. And being a boy of a certain age, he wasn't sure that he would be good at flute and piccolo, but he went and played flute and piccolo. And sure enough, he played it in middle school, and he played it in high school, and he got a music scholarship to the University of Memphis, where he played in the mighty sound of the South. All because someone said to him once upon a time, I see this in you, I think you might be good at this. He is now the head of leadership at First Horizon, where he develops all sorts of leadership at First Horizon. But he's going to come out and talk to you about all the other people who helped him get where he is by seeing things in him that he didn't necessarily see himself. Mario Brown on the value of people.
What are the possibilities of people? The answer lies within us all. It's an innate ability that, for most of us, we are only sometimes aware of. But if we were to simply raise our awareness of this great ability that we all possess and acted on it more often, we literally could carefully and creatively design an even better world simply through one opportunity at a time. See, to me, we all have the ability to ignite the excitement, to create these sparks of hope and inspiration in people where we are able to promote them to the places where they can realize their potential. Isn't this something that you, as the thought leaders of our society, would care to do more often? Today, I share the story of how I raised my own awareness of this ability over the years with the hope that you may expedite your process and move quicker to action. As we know, all great stories involve great characters. Mine so happens to involve a Southern preacher, a fraternity director, a Catholic nun, and then there's me. And the setting is my hometown of Memphis, Tennessee. According to research, I should not be standing here because I was born here. Dixie Homes, one of the first 2 projects designed here in the city of Memphis, this one was made for African Americans. 42% of children born into poverty, like me, 42%, will actually sustain that status as adults. This means they cannot, will not, may not have the access to live what we all know of as the American dream. You know, it's that mantra, that ethos that we all aspire to say we have the right to climb the economic social mobility ladder and move closer and closer to our idea of success with few to minimal barriers. But the fact of the matter is that only 23% of those individuals actually make the great leap and move closer and closer to making that dream a reality. I am blessed and fortunate enough to stand here today to say that I am one of the 23%. But the question remains, thank you. The question still remains, what is it? What is it that literally changes a person's existence, where limitations are not seen as boundaries, but as goals to overcome? I believe that this phenomenal power lies in me, it lies in you, it lies in the sparks that people can create. People such as Sister Mary Michael, a Dominican nun who took a boy, me, and kept me closer and closer to the church and more importantly off the streets, while my mother, who worked 16-hour days, 6 days a week in a single-parent household, was trying to make sure that she provided for her family. Sister Michael sparked the idea in me of intentional relationships. Then there is Daryl Anderson Sr., who's the former executive director and collegiate advisor of my fraternity. In the absence of my own dad, Daryl served and provided unwavering compassion and guidance. He sparked the idea for me to be resilient. And then there's Dr. Rosalind Nichols, who took 13 and 14-year-olds, taught them about their cultural heritage, so much so that we became official tour guides of the National Civil Rights Museum. Dr. Nichols sparked the idea in me to be confident in all things I do. But in the midst of all of this, we still seem to be plagued in this lethargic momentum of failing to reach out and help people in need. And the fact of the matter is that we are all in need, some of us more than others. And in a world where we are able to form connections more easily than ever before, why is it that we continue to fail so miserably? I believe it's because we do not realize our ability and our responsibility to help others do the things we know they were meant to do. As I came to a close of my undergraduate years here at the University of Memphis, I started to reflect on all of these moments and these great moments that I probably did not want to leave behind or let go of. But then I was immediately jolted by the idea of me failing my engineering senior thesis the first time, and I thought to myself, if my life continued to be full of failures such as this, wouldn't it suck? So I shifted my thinking and tried to think about more favorable moments. And it was the time that I was a section leader in the band, and I was not guiding people through music, but through this process called growing up as young adults. Or the time when I used up 90% of my charge card availability to buy my friend a coat because he walked around campus every day only with long sleeve shirts on in 30-degree weather. Or it was the time when people would come and say, hey, I remember you from freshman year. You helped me to do this or that, and I've helped my friend, and I just wanted to come and tell you thanks. It was at those moments, folks, that I realized that I created a spark in the lives of some people. And that spark for many people turned into huge flames, and those individuals went out to light up the world, and they were loving it. But it was also at those moments that I could hear the voices of Daryl and Rosalind and Sister Michael to say, Mario, you have the ability, but you also have the responsibility. So I went forth and dedicated my life to understanding how adults and students learn, and more importantly, how to influence them to action. And so I say this, you, our influential thought leaders of society, you have some work to do. See, you must be encouraged and not doubtful about your own ability to elevate us all, also responsibility, to elevate all of us from this lethargic momentum that we are currently experiencing to expanding the landscape of connection and also thought. If you remember the words of previous speaker, Dr. Brene Brown, she has already reminded us that we are enough as we are today to do the things that we were meant to do. And one of them is to be the spark in the lives of others. Now, at times you might become doubtful. So what should you do? Well, the first step is to recognize what is your greatest fear, because then and only then will you really know what might get in the way of you being successful at this task. See, for me, fear must be the fulcrum that we use to move from inaction to action. And then we can sustain that momentum by realizing that it's really just the small steps that will count towards greater progress. Now, if you're anything like me, you may start to ask yourself, okay, so what's the reward? What's in it for me? I can show you better than I can tell you. The following screen will show you the multitude of sparks in my life, either that I've created or ones that have been sparks for me. And so as we look at these pictures, I am constantly reminded of what has happened, over time. And to be honest, at the end of the day, what matters to me the most is that every relationship was genuine. Every one of them was intentional. And at the end of the day, what really matters is that success for them was always my main motivation. As a matter of fact, to see many of these pictures and where these folks are today gives me a great sense of pride, even at this very moment. Ladies and gentlemen, dreamers and thinkers, today is the day where you accept the challenge to be the spark in the lives of others. And you can do that very often and easily by following 3 simple steps. Number 1, follow and encourage the heart. Understand your passion, understand your fears, and use that to drive meaningful experiences for everyone else. Don't try to be anybody else. They're all taken up. Be yourself. 2, role model the way. The folks who created sparks in my life, they genuinely lived out those ideas each and every day. And this served as constant and consistent reminders for me that helped to make sure my flame was always sustained. And lastly, inspire. Because you know what? We can all inspire. Everything that we do and don't do can be instances of inspiration. It's upon us to think about how we consciously, carefully, and creatively design these experiences for them. Today, I represent the bright burning flame of many, many individuals who have created sparks of passion and curiosity and confidence and being resilient about life and visionary. Because of them, I am part of the 23%. Because of them, I was able to favorably impact my family, myself, my friends, and my community. So in closing, I wish to leave all of you with this. Please remember to always live in your vision and not in your current circumstance, because you have the ability to be the spark, and you also have the responsibility, not only to yourself, but to others. Trust me, they will thank you for it because their lives matter in terms of creating an even better world. Thank you.
I have the answer to a question that we've all asked. The question is, why is it that the letter X represents the unknown? Now, I know we learned that in math class, but now it's everywhere.
I'm here to talk to you about the importance of praise, admiration, and thank you, and having it be specific and genuine. And the way I got interested in this was I noticed in myself when I was growing up until about a few years ago that I would want to say thank you to someone, I would want to praise them, I'd want to take in their praise of me, and I just stop it. And I asked myself why. I felt shy, felt embarrassed. And then my question became, am I the only one who does this? So I decided to investigate. I'm fortunate enough to work in the rehab facility, so I get to see people who are facing life and death with addiction. And sometimes it comes down to something as simple as their core wound is their father died without ever saying he was proud of them. But then they hear from all the family and friends that the father told everybody else that he was proud of him, but he never told the son. It's because he didn't know that his son needed to hear it. So my question is, why don't we ask for the things that we need? I know a gentleman married for 25 years who's longing to hear his wife say, thank you for being the breadwinner so I could stay home with the kids, but won't ask. I know a woman who's good at this. She once a week meets with her husband and says, I would like you to thank me for all these things I did in the house and with the kids. And he goes, oh, this is great, this is great. And praise really does have to be genuine, but she takes responsibility for that. And a friend of mine, April, who I've had since kindergarten, she thanks her children for doing their chores. And she said, why wouldn't I thank it, even though they're supposed to do it? So the question is, why was I blocking it? Why were other people blocking it? Why can I say I'll take my steak medium rare, I need size 6 shoes, but I won't say, would you praise me this way? And it's because I'm giving you critical data about me. I'm telling you where I'm insecure. I'm telling you where I need your help. And I'm treating you, my inner circle, like you're the enemy. Because what can you do with that data? You could neglect me, you could abuse it, or you could actually meet my need. And I took my bike into the bike store. I love this. Same bike, and they do something called truing the wheels. The guy said, you know, when you true the wheels, it's going to make the bike so much better. I get the same bike back, and they've taken all the little warps out of those same wheels I've had for 2.5 years, and my bike is like new. So I'm going to challenge all of you. I want you to true your wheels. Be honest about the praise that you need to hear. What do you need to hear? Go home to your wife. Go ask her, what does she need? Go home to your husband, what does he need? Go home and ask those questions and then help the people around you. And it's simple. Why should we care about this? We talk about world peace. How can we have world peace with different cultures, different languages? I think it starts household by household, under the same roof. So let's make it right in our own backyard. And I wanted to thank all of you in the audience for being great husbands, great mothers, friends, daughters, sons. And maybe somebody's never said that to you, but you've done a really, really good job. And thank you for being here and just showing up and changing the world with your ideas. Thank you.
Emily Neff is the executive director of the Brooks Museum of Art. She came here about 1.5 years ago on a recruiting visit and said, I knew I wouldn't like it. She went to a Grizzlies game, and that started to change her mind a little bit. And then she went to the National Civil Rights Museum, and that was transformative. And she said, I thought it was incredibly brave. Houston would have torn it down. The next thing you know, she's director of the Brooks Art Museum. It, of course, isn't that simple, but I do think it speaks to the power of museums. As a sports writer, we fall back on all the time on this idea that sports can bring us together, and I suppose it can, but it certainly isn't at all the unique province of sports. At their very best, museums connect us to each other, but also to our past. The Brooks, by the way, opened 100 years ago in 1916, so this is a 100th birthday party. The woman in charge of that party is Emily Neff, and she's going to talk to you now on the value of art.
Hi, and welcome. Thank you for that warm welcome. You know, in a couple of weeks will be the anniversary of 9/11. And I'm reminded about how we all mourn in different ways. Many of us, we go to places of worship, we go out into our beautiful green spaces, most of us nest, holding together ever more tightly our friends and family. In the weeks following 9/11, New Yorkers, they flocked to their art museums, specifically the Metropolitan Museum of Art. Why? The answer gets to the heart of why art museums matter, why we care, and how they have become pillars of strength and inspiration in our communities. So first, we're going to need to do a little bit of Art Museums 101, but this is not going to be painful because we're going to do the Cliff Notes version. And we're going to start in the 16th century in Europe when the idea developed about museums. And we're starting in 16th century Europe in what we call Wunderkammern, or wonder rooms, or cabinets of curiosities. And I'm showing examples from the 17th and the 18th centuries. And you can tell that these are remarkable spaces that combine art and science, mingling together specimens of natural history as well as artificial curiosities, and that's the name that we give to art objects that are made by humans. Now, initially, these wonder rooms were put together by royalty. And they were meant to spark curiosity, and they were meant to build foundations of knowledge. But they could also be expressions of princely power, and thus a form of propaganda. Now, let's jump ahead to 1789 and the storming of the Bastille in Paris. Now, I know that this is not that famous prison. This is the Apollo Room. And it was built by the best architects, artists, designers working in France to glorify King Louis XIV. The French revolutionaries, they didn't tear it down. They didn't graffiti over it. They didn't cover it up. They did something much more powerful. They changed its meaning. If you go to the Louvre Museum in Paris today, and you go to the Apollo Room, you're going to see the entablature over it that you see on the left. And basically what it's saying is that what was once the property of the king, intended to glorify him, was now the property of the French people, meant to glorify them. And so nationalism and cultural pride is bound up and in the DNA of the Louvre Museum. Now, this is the Cliff Notes version, so we're jumping ahead to 1851 London with another model of the Public Art Museum, the Louvre being the world's first public art museum. And this next model is called the Victoria and Albert Museum. We call it the V&A for short. And its immediate predecessor was this, the Great Exhibition of 1851, also called Crystal Palace. And this exhibition was meant to bring together the greatest in international design. And like the Louvre, democracy or a democratic spirit was certainly behind it, but it was twinned with commercial interests, the idea of stimulating and nurturing excellence in British design, in bringing together people from all over the world to stoke international trade and international relations and tourism. And it was free. It was free to all people, the V&A. If the Louvre is about national identity and cultural power, the V&A is about all of that, but also making. Because what the V&A does is it brings together art from all over the world, including copies of great works of art, including Michelangelo's David, although in this version it comes with a detachable fig leaf that curators would quickly race out to cover up the naughty bits whenever Queen Victoria was coming to pay a visit. But it was meant to nurture this idea of excellence in British design. And whereas in the Louvre, it's organized along the principles of national schools. So you have Italian art, French art, Dutch art, Flemish art. At the V&A, it's organized by medium. So painting, prints, photographs, glass, ceramics, textiles, clothing, so that they're emphasizing what is made and how it is made and what it looks like. Now, I hope you're wondering by now, where is Memphis in all of this? Well, at the Memphis Brooks Museum of Art, where I work, it's a combination, as it is in many art museums across the United States, of the two models that I just described to you, the Louvre model and the V&A model. And we turned 100 years ago, I think Jeff referred to that, in May of 2016. And I was absolutely delighted to read the birthday card a few days after our big party. Because what art museums do, and what they were intended to do, both at the Louvre and the V&A, they come from a democratic, progressive impulse. They are meant to elevate, to refine, to cultivate, to educate, and they are meant to bind together a community. That's what museums do. And I love this. I don't know who wrote it, but it says, Brooks has brought Memphis together. A lot of people, they think that art museums are an embellishment, a garnish, a cherry on top of a sundae. But there's so much more than that. Think about it. Art museums are critical to a city's infrastructure. Can you think of one major city without a major art museum? Art museums bring together art and people across different time periods and different cultures. And I think that that is what people were looking for in the weeks following 9/11. But to get back to Memphis, Brooks has brought Memphis together. It stumbled in its beginnings, and it began in the 1900s because Memphis has cultural ambitions, and it emerged in the 1900s after not one but 3 yellow fever epidemics. And it was the brainchild of Mrs. E.A. Neely, working with the Swiss-American artist Karl Gutierrez. They germinated this idea of creating an art museum in our beloved Overton Park. And they had children. Children were gathering together, raising money for this building by collecting recyclables, collecting paper, rags, and rubber. And so in the origin story of our museum, the city's museum, the Memphis Brooks Museum of Art, are 4 things: patron, artist, children, and grassroots efforts. Although those efforts stumbled a bit in the beginning until Bessie Vance Brooks, seen here in this splendid portrait by Cecilia Bowe, gave $100,000 to the city of Memphis to create its first art museum. And this is the equivalent of about $2 million today. And they hired one of the country's very best architects, James Gamble Rogers, to build the building. And here it is, sitting in 1916 in the heart of Overton Park. And when we opened in May of 1916, I just love this part. There was no art collection, and there was no staff to support it. But that's so Memphis, right? And so soon it grew, and it grew, and it grew, and there is so much life in the Memphis Brooks Museum of Art. And it also, and this is important for you to know as a Memphian, is that we are the oldest art museum in the state of Tennessee. We're the largest art museum in the state of Tennessee, and we are the only art museum in the state of Tennessee in the region to have art that comes from all around the world. And that's so important when we think of Memphis, a raucous river town that connects to the world historically through its waterways and now through its entrepreneurial businesses, and of course, its music, our calling card to the world. The world is rooted in Memphis and Memphis in the world, and the world is rooted in the Memphis Brooks, where you have 5,000 years of art made from 5,000 years ago to today and across all cultures, so that they sort of bump up against one another, different cultures and time periods. And that's what New Yorkers, I think, were looking for, because art connects people to different places and different time periods in a public space of undescribable beauty. We all know that beauty is in the eye of the beholder. We know that beauty changes, and concepts of beauty, they change across different cultures and across time, and you can see it here. Concepts of women's beauty and power expressed in a 16th century Nigerian mask and a 15th century portrait of a woman. Or at the Memphis Brooks, where I work, the quilt, the pattern, the shape and form of a quilt that's made in Gee's Bend, Alabama, and it looks very similar, but its meaning is quite different from the form, shape, and color of Joseph Alber's Homage to the Square. The former about family, about passing on knowledge from groups of women to their daughters, about limited resources, and about the universal need for warmth and protection. And then the other one, this kind of relentlessly scientific investigation of color and form. So we know that beauty resides in certain kinds of objects, certain kinds as in varied and different from one another. But we also know that there is certainty in the idea of beauty itself, that no matter what happens, humans will make beautiful, amazing, authentic objects. Now, I want to end with a story. And I was working at the Museum of Fine Arts Houston in 2004, and one day at work I got a phone call from a member of a sorority, and she had been helping Hurricane Katrina evacuees out of New Orleans temporarily relocate in Houston, and she wanted to bring by one of these refugees to the museum. And at the time, we had an installation of artworks by African American artists from the permanent collection on view. And we also had works of art that dealt with the theme of civil rights on view. And of course, this is an image that you know well by Memphian Ernest C. Withers of the 1968 Memphis sanitation workers' strike of 1968. But completely by coincidence and on loan temporarily was this painting from the Norman Rockwell Museum. I know we think of him as an illustrator, but this was the original painting, and it's about 3 by 5 feet. And it's called The Problem We All Live With. It's dated 1963. It was published in Look magazine in 1964 and based on an event that happened in New Orleans in 1960. And the way Rockwell has framed this is it's really from the point of view of the child. And the child is Ruby Bridges, and she's walking to school. And flanked in front of her and behind her are U.S. Marshals, white, so large, so towering, we don't even see their heads. And in the background, you see a tomato splattered against the wall. It's dripping juice, clearly reminiscent of blood. This is a powerful condemnation of racism. The problem we all live with, as the title says. And so we were waiting in the gallery for our visitor to arrive, and she turned the corner and she saw the painting. And I rushed over to help support her because it looked like her knees were buckling. It was Ruby Bridges' mother, Lucille Bridges. She was a Hurricane Katrina evacuee. She's the one who in 1960 stood up and who sent her daughter to a formerly white public school. And she immediately said once she recovered that she had never seen the real thing, the real painting before. She knew it only from a print that the artist had signed and given to her as a gift. But the real thing, the painting 3 by 5 feet, had a kind of immediacy and visceral quality that the print lacked. She was stunned. And then the U.S. Marshals came. They heard that the painting was on loan at the museum. They read in the papers that Mrs. Bridges was in Houston, and they wanted to hold a meeting in front of the painting. They wanted to bear witness. And so they did. After all, as one of them said to me, a print of this painting is in U.S. Marshal offices all over the country. And then, completely out of the blue, a man raised his hand and said that he had been judicial clerk to Judge Skelly Wright, the Fifth Circuit judge who had executed the order to desegregate public schools in New Orleans in 1960, and that this man had helped to draft. It was an amazing gathering of witnesses to history, 40 years after Ruby Bridges walked to William Frantz Elementary School in New Orleans, as we were all grappling with the aftermath of Katrina, the levee breach, and the devastation all along the Gulf Coast. So art, public space, and the people to activate and animate it and give it meaning. That is life in an art museum. Thank you.
again.
Thank you, Jeff.
All right, I want to take you back first to that recruiting visit. I didn't tell you I was going to do this. Did you really think you weren't going to like Memphis?
I didn't know what I was going to think. I had no real, I mean, I'm embarrassed to say that now because I'm one of those obnoxious boosters.
We need all the obnoxious boosters we can have.
No, but I mean, I drank the Kool-Aid on pretty much day one. I don't think that I had any expectations, although remember in Houston where I come from, it's much worse. I often tell people that we benefit by really low expectations. But I didn't even have low expectations. I just really didn't know.
And did the Civil Rights Museum movie? I mean, it
was
is,
incredible.
to see it for the first time.
It was a remarkable moment and so brave. And I know people have heard me say this before, but my part of my family is from Dallas, and it's very hard as a city to overcome the shadow of an assassination of a major and important and much beloved figure. So it's hard, and I know it's hard. And so when I went there and I saw it, I kept thinking, you know, this is so incredibly brave. And, you know, in Houston, we always joke about if it has two coats of paint, it's historic. I mean, Houston would have torn that down immediately. And I don't mean to say bad things about my city, but I'm not saying it would have erased it, but it wouldn't have embraced it. And I found that extraordinarily powerful.
So having moved here, I know it's a big year for the museum. I've seen the big red ball all over town.
Yes, we're 100.
Red ball all over town. Is this a city that values art?
I think it is, absolutely. And I think it's a city that appreciates creatives of all types. I mean, that's one of the things that attracted me to the culture. And, you know, the obvious thing that we all talk about ad nauseum is, you know, Elvis and barbecue. And yes, those are great, you know, the music. But I think there's an appreciation for creative culture that, you know, obviously embraces entrepreneurs and entrepreneurial businesses, which is why I wanted to kind of imply in their AutoZone and FedEx and so forth. So, I mean, I think that there's built in an appreciation of creativity across the spectrum, not just the arts, although I do think that it's germinating in a really wonderful way here, which is why I wanted to come, be a part of it.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Thank you very much. So people sometimes wonder how you get to give a TED Talk. And some people, my understanding is that some people apply and submit and wish to do them. Some people are recruited and invited. And then some people, the organizers hear about through the great network of other TEDx events. And that is how they stumbled upon our next presenters, Kyle and Cody McCormick, who are, in fact, the first duo that has ever presented here at Memphis TEDx, the first siblings who have ever presented at Memphis FedEx, and the first presenters whose combined age is 43. In 2013, they're 20 and 23. In 2013, they started a film company called the Outbound Life, which is a film adventure company dedicated to, as they say, inspiring others through story of adventure and hope. I asked them if they have any more sedentary siblings. They have an older brother, Keaton. He's a race car driver. Kyle and Cody McCormick, the Outbound Life.
Once upon a time, we believed we could do anything with our lives. We could be anyone, achieve anything, go anywhere. Even the sky was too small of a limit. I think of the 4-year-old who's going to be an astronaut, or that 7-year-old swimmer who's going to the Olympics, or that 10-year-old whose dream is to see the world.
Or the 13-year-old who dreamed of making movies. You see, I'll never forget my first time on Hollywood Boulevard. I ended up stumbling upon a film set where we stayed for hours on end. And by some miracle, they asked me to be an extra in the TV show. So how could I say no? I even got to talk to the director, who shared with me this crazy, inspiring story of how he went from coffee boy to one day, revered filmmaker. And in that moment, I lost myself. Time slipped by. So naturally, I stayed until midnight. You see, this was my dream.
My dream was different. Picture a 10-year-old boy going on business trips with his dad. That was me, packing up suitcases, climbing on airplanes, watching out the airplane window as the world passed us by, discovering new places like the RCA Dome or the Georgia Dome and many others. It sparked a flame in me, this thought that maybe one day I could own my own business that could show me the world. This was my dream.
But shortly after, something happened. And just like all dreams do, they end up bumping into limits. Limits that threaten to make our dreams die. You see, for me, it was rejection. You know how high school is, right? I was never athletic enough for varsity, nor was I smart enough for honor rolls. I was the last one picked and the last one seen. So I slowly started to forget about that 13-year-old in Hollywood who was going to make movies one day.
For me, it was expectations. See, the older I got, the more pressure I felt from this prescribed narrative. I felt it everywhere. It was the same question asked at every high school graduation party I'd go to. What degree would I choose? What prestigious university was I going to give the next 4 years of my life to? Somewhere along the way, I started to forget about that 10-year-old boy looking out the window of that airplane. But you already know that. You already know what it's like to have these rejections and expectations thrown at you every day. We all have these limits, a part of our story. Maybe it was that coach that said you'd never measure up to anything great, or that car accident that left you paralyzed. Maybe it was that long string of failures that made all your hopes dry up. But what if? What if we've given our limits too much power? What if we've allowed our limits to dictate our life narrative? What if instead we chose to leverage them?
Because after all, why should our critics define our life path? You see, we didn't want to live in fear, always feeling stuck and overwhelmed. We didn't want our stories to be defined by our rejections and external expectations. But we certainly didn't want the dreams of our 10 and 13-year-old selves to die simply because we grew up. Cody and I decided to unsubscribe from society's narrative to write our own story. So halfway through high school, I made a choice that would change the course of my life forever. I decided to homeschool. You see, for as long as I can remember, all I've wanted to do was tell stories. But between academia and sports, there just wasn't any time left over to pursue my passion. But by taking online courses, I could control my own schedule. So I had the time to get on, hustling my way on film sets in my hometown of Chicago, or even meet up with directors and entrepreneurs over coffee. Well, that became my film school.
Now, at a similar time, I was having trouble deciding what college to attend. But going into this process, I made a few guidelines for myself. First, I want to graduate debt-free. Second, I want to start a business while I was at school. And third, I wanted to have a flexible schedule, one that would allow travel and adventure. So I ended up taking online courses through Liberty University, the world's largest private university. And much of our time was spent cramming for tests before flights. We definitely did that a lot. But living an exhilarating life, it doesn't just happen, because these rejections and expectations will always try and limit. The only way to live the life you once dreamed possible, a life without limits, is to live the outbound life. The kind that doesn't see what is, but sees what might be.
And if you really want to live the outbound life, well then this journey begins with first wholeheartedly believing that your story matters. Now, it doesn't matter who you are. You see, your story is your competitive advantage. And the things that you think are your limits, well, they actually add color and texture and nuance. Cody and I realized that we were onto something. Between my passion for storytelling and his passion for business and adventure, well, the outbound life was born. This is a mindset and a movement. It's a mindset that sees beyond our limits, but it's a movement that pushes into the impossible.
Fresh out of college courses, I want to get better connected with the business community. So I decided to attend a 3-day business seminar. At the age of 20, while my friends were hanging out on the weekends and relaxing, I drove to the city to attend the seminar. The room where I showed up was filled with those the ages of my parents and my grandparents. So you can imagine the look on most people's faces when this kid rolls up trying to network with the C-level executives. I mean, probably helped that my mom dressed me for that day. But starting out, Kyler and I, we didn't have much. We sure didn't have a name for ourselves. What we did have, though, was passion. At this seminar, I had the opportunity to share my passion as an up-and-coming adventure filmmaker, and a startup saw my fire. Before we knew it, they brought us out to Florida to produce a video for them. And to our surprise, it went viral. It was spread all over the internet. It was featured on news channels throughout the United States. This company, in turn, raised a pre-release waiting list of $2.5 million. It started with belief. See, passion and belief, they often speak louder than the things that you don't have. They didn't see a 20-year-old, they saw someone on fire, someone excited about what he was doing. Belief can open doors that might have been closed once before. Now, in order to do this, you have to live beyond your limits, developing eyes to see what's possible. You've got to learn to see life like a filmmaker would, using the right lens to appreciate your environment. Take a look at this image behind me. What do you see? It's dark, right? What if I were to tell you that in front of my lens was one of the most beautiful scenes my eye had ever seen? Watch what happens when I simply change the lens. Now, that first shot was taken on a zoom lens, one that crops in and lets in little light. The second was taken on a wide-angle lens, one that soaks in the light. Often, people don't know what's possible because they're not looking at the world with the right lens. If I'd never switched that lens, I would have never been able to capture that landscape with all its beauty and grandeur.
And following this mindset, we booked a flight to the largest filmmaking convention in the world. Well, over 100,000 gathered to see the countless new products that would be unveiled. Instead, we came up with a little mission. Well, big, at least for us. We decided to try to connect with some of the most influential people there. Now, at the time, being a 17 and 20-year-old, we didn't exactly fit the part, at all. In fact, it was quite exactly the opposite. We certainly didn't have the most credibility, connections, or the most impressive portfolio, but we had one success story. So what do? We leveraged beyond our limits. And this led to our first sponsorship, which totally reaffirmed that, hey, our story really did matter. See, the things that are letting you limit you, what would happen if you leveraged them instead? So I want to ask you, what are you letting limit you? What's holding you back right now? Could it be your age or your level of experience? Maybe it's the contacts you have or your finances. Well, starting out, we didn't have the contacts, so we made them. We didn't have finances, so we found sponsors, and we didn't have direction, so we found mentors. Why not learn from the best teachers on earth? See, just a few of ours include Devin Supertramp and Chris Burkhardt. These are two of the most followed creatives on YouTube and Instagram, who I could call right now if I had a question. Who says hanging out with friends has to always be Netflix and chill? Well, why not grow alongside each other instead? What a crazy idea, huh? So that's why we decided to start a weekly think tank with our peers. And we call this outbound thinking. Here we gather to pursue entrepreneurship, setting goals, and making our dreams a reality. Who says a 20-year-old can't go to a business seminar? And heck, why can't a 13-year-old get on a Hollywood film set? Believe me, you are never too young, too inexperienced, or too unqualified to make a big difference in this world. You see, the outbound life all starts with believing that your story matters, but it goes nowhere unless you live beyond your limits.
Now, it's been 3 years since we started the outbound life. 3 years of pushing against these rejections, external expectations, and potential limits.
Trust me, it's not exactly easy being a 20-year-old hopping up on the TEDx stage. I mean, a few years ago, well, 5 to be exact, I didn't know how to drive.
Oh, we're definitely still working on that. FYI, don't park behind our driveway.
Okay, first off, I think we promised that we wouldn't tell that. Mom said that. Second off, who's the one with all the speeding tickets? Because it's not me.
All right, kid, just tell them the rest.
Through this whole experience, we've learned that intentional living really adds up.
Just this past year, I graduated from Liberty University with honors, and I did it while being debt-free. Liberty was so inspired by our story, they ended up producing a nationally aired commercial around us.
Take a look at the dream that we're living. You see, without this mindset, we're just another 20 and 23-year-old trying to chase our dreams. But living the outbound life, we're adventure filmmakers, empowered by billion-dollar companies, world thought leaders, and like-minded world changers who are making a difference. This is our dream.
This is the outbound life. Thank you.
Thank you.
So, in case you didn't think that we read the TEDx Memphis hashtags over on Twitter, we have this from Brandon Harrington. Second TEDx Memphis observation, at Jeff Calkins kind of sounds like the dude who did Winnie the Pooh. Not a bad thing. So, In case you're feeling a little rumbly in your tummy, it is time for lunch. We will be back here at 1:30, but I want you to know there are breakout. You pick up your lunch over at the University Center. There will be breakout sessions with all the morning speakers on the 3rd floor. So if you want to go chat with any of the people who talked this morning, you should absolutely do that, because as Pooh said, sometimes you can't stay in your corner of the forest. You have to go to them. Thanks very much. Come back at 1:30.
Like you said, I think we're good now. I looked at you, I was just like, he was like, we ain't even gotten to the best part yet. So at 1:15. something? He's like, no. Get that out of here.
You can play my song, man.
I mean, yeah. Until like 10 more minutes from now. Oh, you were streaming me? I had no idea.
That's funny.
Oh, I made so many mistakes. No! We already ate. That was a thing.
You want to play chopsticks?
No. I'm trying to think what song to play. Ooh, I know what I'll play.
Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. The program will begin in 5 minutes.
Welcome back. Our next guest is kind of like a spy. He spent his life working in national security in Washington. He's worked with CIA, he's worked with the FBI, he has worked with the White House. He was head of counterintelligence at one point with the CIA. And yet, A few years ago, he decided, in the midst of all this, to take a hard look at the life that he was leading and to ask the fundamental question, is the life that he was leading going to get him where he wanted to go? He had the nerve to ask the hard questions. And he decided, having asked those hard questions, that no, it was not going to get him where he wanted to go. And so he left. He left the federal government and he became, he's since worked as an author and as a speaker and as a writer. In fact, you may have seen him. He is CNN's expert on counterterrorism, and so you may have seen him there. He is certainly an expert on counterterrorism, and I will ask him questions about that after he's done with his remarks. But he's even more interested in that way of thinking that got him to leave the federal government in the first place. He calls it the art of thinking backwards. Please welcome Philip Mudd on the value of questions.
Imagine this picture. You're going to laugh, but imagine this picture. You get in a taxi, the meter starts going, taxi driver looks behind in the seat and says, "Where are we going?" Meter's running, where are we going? And your answer is, "Let's take a ride, I don't know." Can you imagine the response of the taxi? "Excuse me, we think backwards here. We figure out what the destination is, we get in the taxi, and we go there. It doesn't start with where I pick you up, it starts with where we're going." Nobody would get in a taxi without an answer to the question, what's the end game here? In my life at the CIA, and your lives every day, we do this every day. Every day. Age 25, age 30, age 50, we start building a retirement account, and we start to think forwards. I got $5,000 in it, $10,000 in it, $50,000 in it. Where's the market? Market's up 2%, market's down 2%. Got to call my broker, got to do something. I got to look at information every day, building to that day when I get to the lake house. Not thinking necessarily of a simpler question. What are the characteristics of people like me? I don't know anything about money. What are the characteristics of people like me who invest over the course of decades? And what would an investment advisor tell you if you were to ask them, where do I want to be in 30 years? Where am I driving? You know what they'd say? Slow down, trade less. The people who trade less are in many cases more successful. Don't, especially as a non-expert, try to work the market. You're going to walk forward and figure out how to play the market? Or are you going to think, what are the characteristics of people who win in 30 years and walk backwards? How many people are going to call their investment advisor every 2 weeks? I don't get it. Think backwards. You're in a taxi. We do the same thing this week, next week. We do this every day in the media, and especially in what we Americans regard as entertainment, which is called a political cycle. Which I confess is more entertaining than this presentation. We sit there every day, and I confess I enjoy it too. I play the game as well. It makes no sense, I'll still play. It's like going to a casino. You're going to lose, but you want to play anyway. The end game is I'd rather own the casino, by the way. We go and say, what are the polling numbers today? So-and-so just got out of a convention. They're up 3%. So-and-so in Ohio is down 4%. So-and-so just scored with some zinger yesterday on the news. Interesting, entertaining. It's not clear to me why this has any relevance whatsoever. If our question is, what's going to happen in the end game? Who's going to win? So you fast forward to an election in our cycle, typically in November, and I think a better question might be, if I got in the taxi during an election season, what are the characteristics of polls in June, July, August, September, October? What are the characteristics or trends in polling that might indicate to me who's going to win? Might it be that 90% of what I see in midsummer is irrelevant? For entertainment purposes it's relevant. It's not clear to me that if the end game question is who's going to win that those polls make much difference. I don't get it. Think backwards. I mean, this is sort of humorous. We're here at TED Talks. It's funny. So let's change the game to make it a little more serious and a little less funny. And what we're going to do for 10 minutes is you're going to play my life. And we're going to think forwards and we're going to think backwards, making decisions, life decisions, about hunting a terrorist. You walk in, and you're the director of the CIA, and you look at people like me and say, what do I do? You guys in the audience, along with me, might offer a simple answer. Thinking forward, the answer, I returned to the CIA from the White House in January of 2002. The answer then might have been very straightforward. Where's the man? Where's the architect at that point? We're only months after 9/11. Where's the architect of the murder of almost 3,000 people? I want him. I want his head. Where's the man? Where's all the information about where the man is? The historical information before 9/11, how he moved through Tora Bora to escape Afghanistan? Simple question, where is the man? In 2003, in 2004, in 2005. You know what question I got? Testifying, dealing with the media, dealing with my friends. Where is Osama bin Laden? And I want to know, why are you going to ask that question? Not clear to me why. Seems simple, doesn't it? Of course that's the question you want to face. You get in the taxi and you say, let's start driving. First destination, where's Osama bin Laden? Where's the end game? The orders we got were different. Make sure there's not another catastrophic event. Make sure another 3,000 people don't die. Can you imagine in 2003, can you imagine taking down Osama bin Laden and then the next week 3,000 more people die? That ain't success. I thought thinking backwards, and many of us did, the end game is to ensure that more children get to grow up with their parents. So, how do we think about the world backwards? If you define success against a terror organization, one of the successes is how nasty can you get into their gears? Can you take out the operational commanders again and again and again and again? The architects of attacks in London, Madrid, Paris, New York, Washington, the architects of attacks are the second echelon. Osama bin Laden is not touching a recruit, and he's not conducting training. The architects of the attacks are the people at the senior operational level who are doing the planning for the next attack. We called it the second wave, the next major attack after 9/11. The second wave was led by people you never heard of. Abu Faraj al-Libi, Hamza Rabia, Khalid Sheikh Mohammed, Abu Zubaydah. They're all dead or captured now, all of them. And they were, in most cases, just a few years after 9/11. The question was, if you think backwards, if success at the end of the day in 5 years or 10 years is someone grows up with a parent and doesn't even know it because we stopped an attack, taking down bin Laden is a goal, but the more important goal is how do you take down the people who are training, the people who are recruiting, the people who are touching a recruit from Europe or America, the people who are fundraising, the people you didn't hear about except when they're on page A17 of the newspaper, which says, for the 5th time, the number 3 in Al-Qaeda goes down. You know how many times we talked about, in my staff meetings that I sat in, we talked about bin Laden versus the number of times we talked about the second layer echelon? Now, as those of you who are managers, you know, managers make money on who they recruit for talent, where they spend money, where they spend people. So this decision about who you target is not just an idea, it's about where you're spending money and where you're spending people. I would say the number of times we discuss bin Laden versus that second tier 50 times bin Laden won, maybe, might have been higher. Thinking backwards, I think the responsibility was, yeah, we'll get bin Laden, but the priority is to ensure the second wave doesn't happen. And we scored. For every person, now that I'm out of government, who asked me in testimony, who asked me on the media, why don't you have them? What's wrong with you? I can now speak, shut up. September 12, 2001, you look forward to 2016, 2017, 2015, and you say no catastrophic attack in America, 95% of the American population says no way, we scored. We thought backwards. You could say the same thing now that you're the CIA director. I'm sorry, I just fired you. It's a short tenure in office. The problem with the government, by the way, is you can't fire anybody, so it gives me great joy to do that. Let's make you CIA director. You walk in thinking forwards, which I'm asking you not to do, and you say, we've got another responsibility, what people ask experts about all the time, stop the money. As they do with ISIS, stop the money. Money fuels terrorism. Let me tell you something. In a country of 330 million people, in a world of whatever it is, 7 billion people, stopping $1,000, $10,000, $50,000, for those of you in the money business, that ain't easy. Think about a courier who's getting on a plane with $5,000. How are you going to stop that? But I think many people sitting in your position now as the short-lived CIA director, before I can you, would be, this is easy. Let's figure out how they're collecting money and let's stop those money flows. This is easy. Let's just collect information about money flows, look at global financial flows, look at couriers, stop the money. My answer is, I'm not sure why you're doing that. I just told you, Mr. Director, you got to listen to your subordinates. I just told you that the way to gut a terror organization is to eliminate the level of leadership right below bin Laden and Zawahiri. The guys who raise money, the guys who train, the guys who recruit, the guys who are an inspiration for the day-to-day operators they talk to in Afghanistan and Pakistan. Thinking backwards, I would have said, okay, what's success for not only the global strategic campaign against al-Qaeda, but the campaign against money? I would have said, I think the goal shouldn't be stopping money. I think it would be charting flows into the core of Afghanistan to see if we can chart them well enough to identify who's picking them up at the other end, because that's a player. And my responsibility is to take more players out faster, not necessarily to take $5,000 off the streets. Backwards thinking, I'd say, to accelerate the decimation of this adversary, more people dead and captured is better people. If I take down 10,000 bucks and I miss the big player, I lose. My backwards thought would be, how do I maximize the prospect that we can chart global financial flows based on looking at who we want to take out, not how much money we want to take off the streets. You know, it's interesting. I talk to public audiences all the time. And when I talk about national security threats, they sit there and say, you know, that's another universe. That's for you guys to worry about. It doesn't relate to my life. When I get in a taxi, I tell them where I want to go. And I tell them, actually, it's not. Because it relates this way of thinking to a child. People ask me all the time, isn't ISIS a threat? And I said, well, let's frame this. My definition, let's have a conversation, a debate. If you want, I'll be in the back afterwards. We can have a fight. 155 pounds soaking wet, I'm good to go. My question, my metric would be what affects an American family. I don't want to hear about photos on TV. I don't want to hear what political candidates say. I want to say, I determine what a threat is based on the effect on an American family. Whether you like it or not, statistically, I'm the facts dude. Statistically, the likelihood ISIS will affect an American family is extremely low, almost infinitesimal. I will tell you, you should spend more time ensuring that your child can swim, because statistically the chance that a child dies in a swimming pool this summer is far higher. Can you imagine that on the stump during election season? It's nice to invest in ISIS, but I'm going to do swimming pool safety. Which is why I will never be elected to any office. I like dogs, but I couldn't even win dog catcher. Seriously, I look around too. I see MUS students, St. Mary's students from high schools here in Memphis. I know there are college students here. They're going to make the same mistake of thinking forwards instead of thinking backwards. If you were setting up a college curriculum, I wish I were a college president. I wish the first question would be, how do I create mental agility in somebody's mind? And how can I create that mental agility with someone who can speak and write? That's the way a human being communicates with another human being. If I'm going to create mental agility, some of the things I would think about thinking backwards are I want them to have different experiences, especially experiences with people who make them uncomfortable. So I'm going to require them to live overseas. I'm going to require them to live outside any area that has an American. I'm going to require them to learn a foreign language. I'm going to require them to sit in lectures where someone challenges their views. And I'm going to have at least 4 semesters of public speaking and creative writing. I'm not talking about high school creative writing. I'm talking about hardcore every day. Because I need... Unless you got a paycheck, I want you to be quiet, okay? You think I'm joking. What I'm saying is we assume thinking forwards that 6 credits in biology, 8 credits in history, that somehow someone learns to think creatively, somehow someone learns to read and write and speak. And when I recruited for the CIA, I can tell you none of them could talk and none of them could write. And furthermore, when I gave them an argument, they couldn't figure out what the other side was. I want mental agility as my end game. We assume that somebody coming out of college has that mental agility because they take 8 credits of chemistry? Are you kidding me? Thinking backwards, I'd say, what are the characteristics of people who exercise their minds? I want them overseas, I want them traveling, I want them confronted with different ideas, and I want them to be able to speak and write. We're like 0 for 5 in American colleges today. More profound? What happens when that kid gets out of college? What's the question he asks himself? What's my degree? Who's coming into college to recruit? How can I get a job? What are my peers doing? What's a cool job? Who pays? I counsel students all the time and I tell them, I don't understand why you would bother to ask that question. I've got a couple questions for you. Thinking ahead and thinking backwards, let's figure out where you want to be in 5 or 10 years with some basic questions. What are your strengths and what are your weaknesses? What do we want to maximize and what do we want to avoid? And second, and maybe more significant, life is short. What brings you joy? If animals bring you joy and you end up in accounting, I'm going to tell you, maybe a bad career choice. Once we figure out what your strengths and weaknesses are, thinking backwards, and what brings you joy, maybe then we can start to say, what are the characteristics of jobs that might have you in 5 or 10 years saying, I made a good choice? Whether you're in a taxi, whether you're thinking about polls, whether you're thinking about your retirement account, whether you're thinking about how to hunt bin Laden, I want you to think about where you want to go and step backwards. And finally, what I think is the most profound implication of whatever I have to offer you in 18 minutes. Every weekend, every day, those of us with friends, those of us with families, with spouses, with partners, with children, when you wake up, I want to know what question you're asking. I want to know if you're saying, what's on the schedule today? What do I got to do? What's life bringing to me? I want you to ask a different question. Forget about everything I said. I want you to ask one question, thinking backwards. When I go to sleep tonight, what are the characteristics of everything I've done on every weekend for the past 5 years, and which of those brought me the most joy? If I choose to do things today that don't reflect those characteristics, I want to know why. Okay? Thank you.
So let me ask you this. Would it help if the president would say those magic words, radical Islamic terrorist? I'm going to ask a professional.
Look, I signed up for a speech, not any. Let's be clear here. There's nothing that irritates more as a guy who does media for a living than watching the media. Let's differentiate questions that are confused in the public domain. What is a fact? People conducting attacks in the United States, Western Europe, and elsewhere are radical. Anybody who murders an innocent in my world is a radical, and that's an extremist. Often they say or are motivated by some version of Islam. This is not a debate. The fact is they are radical Islamic extremists. I don't call them that. I'm not interested in what anybody says in the political sphere. I don't call them that for a simple reason. My job thinking backwards is to understand where the adversary has a vulnerability. The adversary wants to be called an extremist, and they want to suggest they represent Islam because they can go to people they're recruiting and say, see what the Americans say? I'm a radical extremist representing my faith. I want to hit them where they can't answer, murder. They have no justification for the murder of innocents. I would call them murderers, and in most cases, I would prosecute them not as terrorists or as murderers. They don't have an answer for that. Factually, that's a correct statement, radical Islamic extremism. But in terms of the political debate in America, which is ridiculous, I wouldn't use the phrase because that's what the adversary wants, and I never want to do what they want.
Okay.
You're giving me a heart attack here.
How does one tackle this thorny problem of defeating ISIL?
I mean, really? Yeah. I just gave 19 minutes of my life and you didn't listen. We're not going to defeat ISIS. We are not going to defeat ISIS. Look, people are going to tell that to you in the political sphere because it's red meat, because it's a sense of vengeance. They killed American people, we'll kill them, we'll defeat them. Thinking backwards, where do we want to be in 5 years? We want to ensure that American cities are safe. Some 17-year-old Syrian and Iraqi fighting for ISIS in Mosul is not coming to New York City. I want to focus on the sliver of those organizations using intelligence and special forces that might come to New York. And I'd be willing to sacrifice, I think, an American man or woman in uniform to do that. I will not sacrifice an American man or woman to defend against some 17-year-old ISIS guy in a bunker in Mosul. That's for somebody else to do. I'll support them. So I want to defeat the sliver that's coming to New York. But meanwhile, the larger organization, I don't think threatens an American, so why am I up on a stump saying we're going to defeat them? We're not. That's somebody else's problem. Get over it.
Is what we have seen in France, is that the new normal in France, and will that ever be the normal here?
You're talking about the attacks in France. I think we're going to see this for a while because even if you defeat an organization, and if you compare ISIS today to 2014 in characteristics that I would look at, decimation of leadership, geography, loss of money, decline in recruiting pipeline, ISIS is in trouble. But the tail in modern life, in contrast even to Al-Qaeda 15 years ago, the tail of ideology on the internet wasn't an Al-Qaeda option 15 years ago, means that people will continue to absorb the ISIS message after the organization is gone. Think of ISIS as a revolutionary organization on the internet, not a terror organization. And so even after they die in Syria and Iraq, and they will, people are going to absorb the revolution for 10 years, 15 years, 20 years. So you're going to still see people dead in the United States, but I do not think that's a strategic problem. I think we can handle it if we just keep cool.
And then the last.
Is it really the last?
Yeah, this really is. I didn't warn you. One of the trolleys coming. No. I didn't warn you. I was going to ask all these. I'm curious. You work with CNN.
Yeah.
Do you think different people are hired to work with CNN versus Fox versus other, given experts, quote unquote experts, given their base? In other words, could you do what you do for Fox?
Yes, I have. Yes, before I got hired by CNN, I was on Fox, Al Jazeera, NBC, ABC, all of them. The responsibility of a network and to defend them, CNN treats me great. I have never once, ever, I've been on 1,000 times, been told what to say. Nor have I ever been called afterwards about anything I said. The only time I ever got called was I was doing what's called a stand-up with an interviewer. Mm-hmm. Get a jacket that fits, Mr. Mudd. It's like wearing this thing from... But what they're looking for is to reflect the spectrum of American views. So if I find CNN, you might dispute this, fairly centrist. They're going to look for people who represent sort of MSNBC. They're going to look for people who represent Fox. I'm called on to be a color commentary, so I don't do commentary on candidates except on factual terms. Donald Trump says this. What do you think about whether the government can implement that? So yeah, I think they hire all kinds of people because they want to reflect the spectrum, and that's in their public interest. More people will tune in if they think they can get a variety of perspectives.
Okay. Well, thank you very much. Appreciate you doing it. Thank you. So it strikes me that one of the most exciting things that's happened in Memphis over the years can simply be invoked if it involves spaces. And I can give you the name of certain spaces, and it conjures not just that space itself, but everything that happens in that space, the mood of that space, and the sense of community that we feel in that space. Levitt Shell, South Main, Overton Square, Stacks, all spaces, and yet they mean something much more to us than that. The next guest, Jason Jackson, has spent his life thinking about spaces. He's a lead designer at BRG3S Architects, I think I got that right, which is working on redeveloping and revitalizing Soulsville. Jason comes by his interest in spaces organically. He moved from house to house when he was a kid with parents who often didn't have money to pay the rent. He lived in churches, he lived in trailers, he lived everywhere in between, and he came to understand that the spaces that we occupy shape the lives that we lead and ultimately how we feel about ourselves. Here is Jason Jackson on the value of neighborhood.
There's an inherent beauty in utilizing the resources available and repurposing that allows for authenticity while simultaneously being able to create something new and different and inspire change. I grew up in a low-income neighborhood, and we had to be pretty resourceful. My sisters and I shared a room, and to give us each our own sense of space, my mother made us little houses out of refrigerator boxes. She stitched them together with colorful yarn and made doors and windows, and that completely transformed the room for us. Her creativity and resourcefulness and that power of transformation has always stuck with me. And I've always been inspired by what can be done with very little. Ingenuity born out of necessity. In my practice as an architect, I've also come to realize the power of creativity and resourcefulness and economic constraints. In our studio, we like to take on little projects that challenge us to bend and shape everyday objects that might otherwise be discarded into something new with new purpose, like turning an old door into a beautiful chair, or reusing milk crates as an inexpensive way to create unique shelving and lighting for a pop-up shop on South Main. In 2012, we started working with a local nonprofit, Community Lift, on a renovation project in Soulsville, USA, in South Memphis. The project was to turn the historic home of the legendary blues musician Memphis Slim into a community recording studio. The idea was to use art and music to create a community space that would spur economic and cultural revitalization in Soulsville. A little background about Soulsville. In its day, Soulsville was a happening place. It was a place where diverse musicians with diverse sounds converged to create something new in American soul music. Unfortunately, after World War II, streetcar lines that had really contributed to early growth and connected the neighborhood to the greater Memphis area were removed. And the events surrounding the assassination of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. and school desegregation all led to the departure of a lot of middle-class residents, and the neighborhood fell into major economic decline. Memphis Slim grew up right in the center of Soulsville, across the street from Stax Recording Studio. And growing up, he had kind of a hard life, and yet his music was surprisingly upbeat. His life embodied the paradox of his music, and as we began to immerse ourselves in the neighborhood and started collaborating with the community on this project, I realized that the residents had this same mentality, that even though their neighborhood faced many challenges, they were very proud of their history and extremely optimistic about the future. So, given some of my experiences growing up, I immediately felt a strong connection to the community. And together we asked ourselves, can we take this old, dilapidated house with such important history and transform it into something new for the community? Can we make it a resource that embraces the energy of the community while also looking to the future? First, we would have to get inside the house. And the house had seen better days. We began to remove layers of the house to assess the structure, and we found that the foundations were too rotted and that the structure was too far gone. And we quickly realized that our renovation project would become a rebuilding project. And this would make funds even tighter and meant we would have to be even more resourceful. So we salvaged everything we could. We saved all of the wood framing from the house. We saved all the bricks from the fireplace. And we rebuilt the house. We built it back to its original form using local, economical, and reclaimed materials. We clad the house with cedar fencing and corrugated metal. We wanted to poetically reflect the original character of the house while also celebrating this new community-oriented purpose. So we carved out big openings in the front to really welcome the community in. And we transformed the front porch where Memphis Slim and Isaac Hayes and Rufus Thomas could often be heard playing into a stage for the neighborhood. And it really became an active place in the community again. They started using it for everything from an art gallery to community meetings, and folks from all over Memphis could come and share their stories. So we wanted to leverage this new energy around the house, and we started thinking about the spaces outside the house and how we can engage the neighborhood further. And in a couple of weekends, the community came together and they transformed the vacant lot next door into an outdoor music venue, using reclaimed church pews and some of the construction materials left over from the Slim house. And now folks from all over the neighborhood can come and enjoy a monthly music series. But more importantly than that is that they have a space where they can talk about their ideas and connect and share with others. So we began having conversations about how we could tackle some of the bigger challenges facing the neighborhood: economic inequality, safety, mentoring youth, and fostering community. We were seeing it happen on a small scale, but could we come up with a plan to address the neighborhood as a whole? In having these conversations, we realized that the greatest asset that the neighborhood has are the people themselves. And could we harness the power of the residents to now create a network of spaces for collective problem solving and building on the social relationships of the different sectors of the community? As you go through Soulsville, one thing you'll notice, like many places like Soulsville, is there's a lot of people that walk, a lot of people ride their bikes, and not for recreation, but for transportation. A lot of friends and families hang out on the front porch and out in the neighborhood, and we thought, can we use these spaces, the spaces in between the buildings, to create a platform for the residents to interact with one another? Could we use the sidewalks, the streets, the vacant lots and blighted properties to tackle some of these issues that face the neighborhood? So we came up with a plan for Macklemore Avenue, the central strip of Soulsville, to build on the existing cultural assets and transform the strip into a cultural corridor. The plan would enhance the entrances to the neighborhood, provide much-needed amenities, and connect people to local businesses using low-cost, high-impact solutions that the folks in the community could design and implement themselves. As you come to the neighborhood down Macklemore Avenue, the entrance is marked with the I Heart Soulsville mural. And with simple creative solutions like street paint to slow down traffic, and rock gardens to activate the empty lots as public plazas, and artistic crosswalks to increase pedestrian safety, we can transform this entrance into a gateway that lets people know they're entering someplace special. As you continue down the corridor, there's a lot of opportunity in the vacant lots and blighted properties to repurpose them with pop-up amenities like community gardens and pocket parks, programs that can be implemented quickly to have an immediate impact. These spaces are then connected through a shared street strategy where pedestrians, bicyclists, automobiles, and mass transit are all treated equally. And something important to note here is that that's the existing 57-foot right-of-way. It's just been redefined. As you get to the core of the neighborhood, many cultural assets converge, including Stax Museum, Lemoyne-Owen College, and the Memphis Slim House. Hundreds of students and visitors and tourists come to this area daily, but they're not currently engaging the rest of the neighborhood. Visitors to Stax are dropped off right at the front door, they stay for a couple of hours, and they get right back on the bus and leave. There's a huge opportunity to engage these visitors with the rest of the neighborhood. Looking at a plan of that same area with creative paint installations that claim the sidewalks and the streets, we can increase the safety and walkability among these cultural assets and encourage new local businesses to thrive, transforming the core of the neighborhood into one large outdoor room, creating a space for the community to come together. Vacant lots are then activated with bike share plazas and food truck lots, infilling the core with new local services. The community has already begun implementing many of these initiatives themselves, just last week adding artistic benches to the I Heart Soulsville Plaza. Others may see Soulsville as a blighted neighborhood with many obstacles before them. But for the community and myself, we see a place with rich history and endless opportunities, that with creativity, resourcefulness, and optimism, anything is possible. Thank you. Thank you.
I want to start by asking everyone in the audience here a question. How many of you are completely comfortable with calling yourselves a leader? See, I've asked that question all the way across the country, and everywhere I ask it, no matter where, there's always a huge portion of the audience that won't put up their hand. And I've come to realize that we have made leadership into something bigger than us. We made it into something beyond us. We made it about changing the world. And we've taken this title of leader and we treat it as if it's something that one day we're going to deserve. But to give it to ourselves right now means a level of arrogance or cockiness that we're not comfortable with. And I worry sometimes that we spend so much time celebrating amazing things that hardly anybody can do, that we've convinced ourselves that those are the only things we're celebrating. And we start to devalue the things that we can do every day. And we start to take moments where we truly are a leader, and we don't let ourselves take credit for it, and we don't let ourselves feel good about it. And I've been lucky enough over the last 10 years to work with some amazing people who have helped me redefine leadership in a way that I think has made me happier. And with my short time today, I just want to share with you the one story that is probably most responsible for that redefinition. I went to a school in a little school called Mount Allison University in Sackville, New Brunswick. And on my last day there, a girl came up to me and she said, "I remember the first time that I met you." And then she told me a story that happened 4 years earlier. She said, "On my day before I started university, I was in the hotel room with my mom and my dad, and I was so scared and so convinced that I couldn't do this, that I wasn't ready for university, that I just burst into tears. And my mom and my dad were amazing. They were like, 'Look, we know you're scared, but let's just go tomorrow. Let's go to the first day. And if at any point you feel as if you can't do this, that's fine. Just tell us, we will take you home. We love you no matter what.'" And she said, so I went the next day and I was standing in line getting ready for registration, and I looked around and I just knew I couldn't do it. I knew I wasn't ready. I knew I had to quit. And she says, I made that decision, and as soon as I made it, there was this incredible feeling of peace that came over me. And I turned to my mom and my dad to tell them that we needed to go home. And just at that moment, you came out of the Student Union building wearing the stupidest hat I have ever seen in my life. It was awesome. And you had a big sign promoting Shinorama, which is Students Fighting Cystic Fibrosis, a charity I've worked with for years. And you had a bucket full of lollipops. And you were walking along and you were handing the lollipops out to people in line and talking about Shinorama. And all of a sudden, you got to me and you just stopped and you stared. It was creepy. This girl right here knows exactly what I'm talking about. And then you looked at the guy next to me and you smiled and you reached in your bucket, you pulled out a lollipop and you held it out to him. And you said, "You need to give a lollipop to the beautiful woman standing next to you." And she said, "I have never seen anyone get more embarrassed faster in my life." He turned beet red and he wouldn't even look at me. He just kind of held the lollipop out like this. And I felt so bad for this dude that I took the lollipop. And as soon as I did, you got this incredibly severe look on your face and you looked at my mom and my dad and you said, "Look at that, look at that. First day away from home and already she's taking candy from a stranger." And she said everybody lost it. 20 feet in every direction, everyone started to howl. And I know this is cheesy and I don't know why I'm telling you this, but in that moment when everyone was laughing, I knew that I shouldn't quit. I knew that I was where I was supposed to be, and I knew that I was home. And I haven't spoken to you once in the 4 years since that day, but I heard that you were leaving. And I had to come up and tell you that you've been an incredibly important person in my life, and I'm gonna miss you. Good luck. And she walks away, and I'm flattened. And she gets about 6 feet away, she turns around and smiles and goes, "You should probably know this too. I'm still dating that guy 4 years later." A year and a half after I moved to Toronto, I got an invitation to their wedding. Here's the kicker, I don't remember that. I have no recollection of that moment, and I've searched my memory banks because that is funny and I should remember doing it, and I don't remember it. And that was such an eye-opening, transformative moment for me to think that maybe the biggest impact I'd ever had on anyone's life, a moment that had a woman walk up to a stranger 4 years later and say, "You've been an incredibly important person in my life," was a moment that I didn't even remember. How many of you guys have a lollipop moment, a moment where someone said something or did something that you feel fundamentally made your life better? All right. How many of you have told that person they did it? See, why not? We celebrate birthdays where all you have to do is not die for 365 days. And yet we let people who have made our lives better walk around without knowing it. And every single one of you has been the catalyst for a lollipop moment. You have made someone's life better by something that you said or that you did. And if you think you haven't, think about all the hands that didn't go back up when I asked that question. You're just one of the people who hasn't been told. But it is so scary to think of ourselves as that powerful. It can be frightening to think that we can matter that much to other people. Because as long as we make leadership something bigger than us, as long as we keep leadership something beyond us, as long as we make it about changing the world, we give ourselves an excuse not to expect it every day from ourselves and from each other. Marianne Williamson said, "Our greatest fear is not that we are inadequate. Our greatest fear is that we are powerful beyond measure. It is our light and not our darkness that frightens us." And my call to action today is that we need to get over that. We need to get over our fear of how extraordinarily powerful we can be in each other's lives. We need to get over it so we can move beyond it. And our little brothers and our little sisters, and one day our kids, or our kids right now, can watch us start to value the impact we can have on each other's lives more than money and power and titles and influence. We need to redefine leadership as being about lollipop moments. How many of them we create, how many of them we acknowledge, how many of them we pay forward, and how many of them we say thank you for. Because we've made leadership about changing the world, and there is no world. There's only 6 billion understandings of it. And if you change one person's understanding of it, one person's understanding of what they're capable of, one person's understanding of how much people care about them, one person's understanding of how powerful an agent for change they can be in this world, you've changed the whole thing. And if we can understand leadership like that, I think if we can redefine leadership like that, I think we can change everything. And it's a simple idea, but I don't think it's a small one. And I want to thank you all so much for letting me share it with you today.
One of the things we know about domestic violence is that those who grow up in families with domestic violence are often more likely to commit it. It stands to reason. If it is modeled to you that violence is the way to relate to the world, it is more likely that that is the way, or a way, in which you will relate to the world. All the more reason to admire our next guest, Aliette Marie Drabote. She grew up in a home filled with domestic violence and went completely the other direction. She has spent her life trying to extricate people from circumstances, the same sort of circumstances in which she found herself. She is executive director of the Family Safety Center of Memphis and Shelby County. She's going to talk to you about the value of safety. Aliette Marie Drabote.
This is a photo of my dad and me at my 3rd birthday party. So how many daddy's girls do we have out here? So I was a daddy's girl, and I absolutely love this photo, and I keep it on my nightstand. Now this is a photo of me singing to my dad. My dad and I shared the love of music and dance, and I can recall him sharing the latest dance steps with me as we listened to James Brown. He loved James Brown. And according to my mom, at the age of 2, I could outdance most adults. My father was killed on August 3rd, 1978, as a result of an argument between some family members. My father was 27, and I was only 7. I think a critical component of increasing public safety is to support victims in their process of healing. On August 3rd, 1978, my life was changed forever. I think about my dad often, and my college graduation, when I turned 27, when my mom walked me down the aisle at my wedding. I can see a picture or hear a song, maybe some Jimi Hendrix. My dad loved Jimi Hendrix. And I think of him. Now, my father's death was not the first time that violence entered into our lives. My mom often tells stories of growing up in South Memphis, Soulsville, Tennessee, and violence was a way of life. My mom has 2 scars on her right arm, one where a bullet went in and one where the bullet came out. And she was 3 years old when that happened. My dad grew up being bullied and knew domestic violence firsthand. So as a young couple, my mom's 16 and my dad a few years older, the violence started pretty quickly. And my mom has always been honest and open about that abuse and violence. She recalls many nights running to the neighbor's door and banging on their door, pleading for help. Now, my mom did eventually leave. In fact, we left a few months before my father was killed. Here's a photo of my mom and me. My mom stands 4'10", strong and determined, and a survivor. I think about the first time I shared my story. I remember getting this invitation to this church as a part of a group of individuals that had lost family members to violence. And I can recall sitting in this circle, and when it was my turn, I started to speak, and then I started to cry, and then I started to cry. And I was really embarrassed because I was crying in front of this group of complete strangers. But what happened next was a number of individuals walked up to me and thanked me for sharing my story. So I share my story for a number of reasons. One, because I think when most people look at me, they don't imagine that I have this intimate relationship with violence. I hope that my story may resonate with someone and that they may gain a sense of hope and may know that there's a potential for a better place, a healthier life. I do feel blessed, and I do feel like I'm in a healthier place, but it's been a very long and hard journey. I think about my cousin Elle. We grew up together. In fact, for a few years, we lived next door to each other. Our fathers were brothers, our mothers were friends, and we were only a few months apart in age. And both of our fathers battled alcoholism, and both were abusive. And as we got older, I saw Elle start to struggle. And at the age of 15, he took a young man's life. I once read that offenders were victims at some point, and that hurt people sometimes hurt themselves, and hurt people sometimes hurt others. I really want us to think about making a shift in our consciousness, to really imagine having a community that supports victims and survivors, to imagine that we really make the investment in resources, time, and effort in helping someone to transition from victim to survivor. To imagine if we had an army of victim advocates and community members and faith leaders linking arms with victims and survivors and saying, I got your back. I'm gonna help you through this process. That every time we have a conversation about crime and criminal justice reform, that we always have a survivor and a victim advocate at the table. Now, I recall that first time of me sharing my story and realizing that I had never said goodbye to my father. So I went to see a counselor, and after a few sessions, we had a closing ceremony. So I brought that picture of my father and me at that birthday party. We dimmed the lights, put on a little music, maybe some James Brown, lit 3 candles. I read a letter to my father, and then I read a passage. There was an elderly woman with 2 large pots. One pot had a crack in it, the other pot was perfect. And she would carry these 2 pots on a pole across her neck. And every day she would make the journey from our house to the stream. Now that perfect pot carried the full pot of water, but that other pot, a half-full pot of water. And so every day this went on. So that perfect pot felt great about its accomplishments, but that pot with that crack felt terrible. So after 2 years, The crackpot says to the woman, I'm ashamed of my imperfection. I have this crack in my side, and I continue to leak water from the stream to the house. So she smiles at the pot and says, I've always known about your flaw. Have you not seen that you have beautiful flowers on your side of the path, and there are no flowers on this other side of the path? That's because 2 years ago, I planted flower seeds. So every time we make that walk from the stream to the home, you water those flowers. And every day, I'm able to pick these beautiful flowers and place them on my table. And without you being just the way you are, I would not have this beauty to grace my house. Thank you.
So how do you square your obvious love for your father with the knowledge of the violence that he committed in your home?
Well, that's the thing about abusers. They're not all good or all bad. There are beautiful qualities, and at the same time, they're able to do some terrible things. I've always had that bond with my father. That's why I talk about those memories of us listening to music and dancing together. And I think that's what makes domestic violence so complicated, because there is that relationship, that love, that bond that is still there.
It's funny because so many of us look at it, and domestic violence seems so frustrating because the answer seems so obvious: leave. Your mom stayed for a long time, and then she ultimately left. I'm curious, what makes someone stay, and then what makes, and even in your mom's case, and then what makes her leave?
Sometimes it's a number of reasons. Sometimes it's children. I mentioned that I was a daddy's girl, and my mom would often say when they separated, I would just have fits. And it was traumatizing for me. And I didn't understand that the violence was going on, but I did know I was separated from my dad. Sometimes it's money. My mom was young, right, and she had 2 girls to take care of and provide for. And so how would she be self-sufficient without my dad's support? And lastly, sometimes it's fear. My father would threaten my mom and say, I know where your family lives, and I will come and get all of you.
Is there enough support for victims of domestic violence in our area, in Memphis and Shelby County?
It's not. We're doing a better job, but clearly there's not enough civil legal support. There's not enough housing support. And oftentimes it just starts with empathy. And as you said, sometimes people get really frustrated and don't understand why a victim may stay. And I think one reason is because we have very limited resources in Memphis and Shelby County.
Elliot, thanks very much. Appreciate it. Thank you. So in 1999, I wrote a column in the Commercial Appeal about a young wide receiver at Harvard. He'd gone to Germantown High School, and he was about to break the all-time receiving record at Harvard. There's another loophole with notes. I actually have a copy of the column here, and there were 2 quotes that stood out to me. His name was Terrence Patterson. And the first quote, he was talking about when he first arrived at Harvard. He said, in my first 2-a-days, they told me that I walked too slow, Patterson says. I said, well, I'm in no rush to get anywhere. And the second was from Harvard coach Tom Murphy, who said, Terrence is one of the most talented and charismatic persons I've ever been around. He'll probably be governor of Tennessee one day. Well, he is not governor of Tennessee yet, but he is president and CEO of the Downtown Memphis Commission. And one of the things I admire about Terrence Patterson most is that he came back. After he went to Harvard, he went to Northwestern Business School and Law School. He got a job at a big law firm, Kirkland & Ellis, in Chicago. He then went to work for the city of Chicago. And at one point he told me, he said, I looked up and I said, why am I not doing the same sort of work here? So he came back to work in education with the Hyde Foundation, and he has recently gotten his new gig with the Downtown Commission. You're going to have to judge for yourself how fast he is walking these days, but he is clearly in a hurry to do good things for his home. Terrence Patterson.
So they say that a picture is worth 1,000 words. And so I thought, since I only have about 12 minutes with you today,
I'd at least start with the first 10 seconds and get about 10,000 words out of the way. So while you're trying to figure out which one is me, I should just remind you again that I'm a native Memphian, and I chose to come home. And when I chose to come home, I learned something startling about my hometown. I learned that since 2000, the year that I graduated from college, Memphis's population was on a steady decline. Yet, by 2050, 70% of the world's population will be living in cities. So why is this important? Well, according to world-renowned urbanist Richard Florida, cities are the key economic and social organizing unit of our time, bringing together people, jobs, and all of the necessary inputs for economic growth. So the question is not, will Memphis be a city in the future, but it's who will want to live in it. So I guess I should pause here and say that for those of you that are attending because you thought this was going to be a complicated talk about a mathematical equation, let me apologize. I'm a I'm a government major from a liberal arts college with an MBA in marketing, so that's completely made up. But what could be true, and I want you guys to think about this, is that X could equal the people of Memphis. But I'll come back to that later on in the talk. The reason why I'm here, though, is to talk about the future of Memphis, the next Memphis. So close your eyes for a moment and imagine with me the Memphis of the future. Go ahead, close them. For those of you already asleep, that's fine. Close them. Every zip code that we fly over is socioeconomically and racially diverse. The streets and sidewalks are immaculately clean, replete with bike lanes, and perfectly manicured greenery. And our schools will have fewer than we have today, but most of them are in the top 25% of the state. And every single one of our elementary schools is a math and science academy. And those old school buildings, some of them are community innovation centers, some of them are fresh food markets, and some of them are even business co-work spaces for the community. We have a light rail system that connects Fraser to downtown and downtown to Binghamton and Binghamton to East Memphis. And in record year-over-year numbers, tourists are still visiting our iconic Beale Street, Graceland, and the National Civil Rights Museum. Soulsville, Stax, and Sun Studios are the home of music prodigies in R&B, soul, and even a genre of music that has not even been created. And poverty has been cut in half. Cut in half. And unemployment is virtually non-existent. You've been hypnotized. Okay, you can open your eyes. But that is our North Star. That should be the Memphis of the future. And I just want to talk to you today about 3 or 4 ways that I think we can get there. So first, we've got community assets that we need to be building around with a sense of adaptive creativity and innovation. We've got wonderful things, defining elements in our community. The riverfront, Shelby Farms Park, home affordability. We should be building around these assets. We also have we also have cultural tourism as well. And we've got great examples of building around or building in our current environment, because we shouldn't always think about outside of the box or building new boxes, but let's think inside the box and above the box. The Tennessee Brewery, for example, soon to be a residential apartment complex. The Hotel Chiska, it was a place where Elvis Presley broadcast his first record.
Now it's one of the booming and thriving living spaces in our community. And even the University of Memphis Law School, once a historic post office. So we've got great examples of doing this already. We just need to do more, because when we do, we'll keep an eye toward our heritage, but we'll also be looking toward the future, and we'll create a cool that both the young and old alike will enjoy. The second area, empowering our young talent. So we've got to continue to do a better job of bringing and attracting young, talented professionals to Memphis, to our urban fabric, and weaving them in. And we should be recruiting our homegrown talent as we identify them in high school, and recruiting them back home in high school, even though they haven't left yet. And it's okay to ship them away, but we shouldn't ship them away never to be seen again. But we should be encouraging them to come back, take their learnings, take their knowledge, and apply that in our community. Because the odds are the next FedEx, the next AutoZone, the next Holiday Inn, it will probably come from our sons and daughters and their hearts and minds. And the age demographic that I'm thinking about are those folks that are born after 1980, and let's call it 1978 so your present company can be included. But we've got, and we know that there's certain things that this generation enjoys: walkability, transit connections, a place to just enjoy and hang out with friends, cool stuff, hangouts. And Memphis has that environment already. So the question is not how do we bring it, it's how do we make sure that we're preparing it for the next generation. And yes, it's one thing to attract this talent, but we also need to make sure that we are empowering the talent. And I think there are three simple ways. First, we've got to make sure that we're promoting not on tenure, but on that talent. It's okay to have a 25-year-old vice president. Number two, we should be electing the competent and not the known names. And number three, we've got to make sure that we let the kids at the kids' table make decisions. And I want to remind you guys, Thomas Jefferson was 33 when he was the father of the Declaration of Independence. Martin Luther King was in his late 20s when he led the civil rights movement. And John F. Kennedy was 43 when he was elected president of the United States of America. So look, change is not led by old folk. It's going to come. And we just have to be prepared for what this generation will bring. The third point, we need to be building our core city for an intentional sense of equality. So what do I mean? Look, our core city has got to be for everyone. So when we think about developments, we think about attractions and venues, we've got to make sure that we're doing so with a mind toward who's developing them, who's going to have access to them, and who's going to actually use them. And I'm not suggesting that we build with an intentional eye for diversity, but what I'm suggesting is that if we have multiple voices at the table, we have authentic engagement processes, I think we'll have an inherent diversity with the projects that we bring to our core. So those are the core three elements, but I think this is the secret sauce. This is the magic. Now, we all know that a bad attitude is contagious. That's me on the left, and my best friend on the right. But we've got to somehow reverse this negativity that we have in our community. And when I think about this, I'm torn, because I think about my grandmother. And I think about the conversations that I had with her in rural Mississippi, walking through her garden, talking with her about what I wanted to do and what I wanted to be, and the future that she had in her mind for me. And she had a sense of optimism, but there was also a skepticism in the way she would talk about the future. And what I'm really getting at here is that, look, my grandmother was only a generation removed from the institution of slavery and segregation, and it's real. And I believe that that segregation and that slavery and that institution is still in our fabric. It's only a handful of generations away. And you know what? The reality is it's probably going to take another half a generation for us to completely cleanse ourselves of that. But that's the long view, so it's going to take time. But there are some things that we can do now. One, I think it starts with the media. At 6 a.m., 7 a.m., 8 a.m., 9 a.m., 10 a.m., lead with a good story. 5 p.m., 6 p.m., 7 p.m., we've got to start with positivity. Number two, we need to start stretching the good that we have. Memphis isn't so bad. And let's make that good, let's make us believe that that good is good until it's great. And when it's great, let's stretch it and make it amazing. But we've got to boast a little bit because I really do think that we can get there. So if we do these three things, I think we'll be on our way to creating the future. And along the way, we'll be improving education delivery, we'll be creating diverse job opportunities, we'll be eradicating poverty, and we'll be positioning families for generational wealth creation. And to me, the most important is positioning families for generational wealth creation. Look, I know I look caramel, but this is a chocolate city. And we've got to make sure that we can empower our majority population, the black population, and make them have a greater sense of ownership as we build for the future. And note two curious omissions. First, money. This is about mindset. The money shouldn't drive the strategy for us to get here. We'll need it, but right now we need to focus on mentality. And here's the second. I didn't give a prescription for education. You know why? Our children aren't the problem. They can do it. And we've got the systems in place now to be successful. It starts with the adults. And we've got to give them a clearer vision for the future because I know that they will deliver. So we do all of this, and some of you are looking at me like, boy, you're idealistic. Yeah, that sounds great. But I think it's possible because you know what? There was a time when we didn't think we would break the 4-minute mile barrier. And you know my grandmother that I showed you guys a picture of? She didn't think she'd see a black president. She did. We can do it. We can do it. So let me leave you with this. We have the Memphis Grizzlies, but so do 29 other cities have an NBA franchise. We've got a riverfront, but there are probably a handful of other cities that could say what? They've got a riverfront too. We've got an amazing museum culture, but there are the Smithsonian and other places across the country that could probably say the same thing. And we actually are the cradle of music, multiple genres, but I know for a fact that other cities boastfully make that same claim. So how is Memphis any different? What's different about us? Remember the made-up formula? I think it's the X. The X is this little guy. It's our future. It's their positive mentality. It's their attitude. And I believe that together, if we can change mentality, we can work on those three things that I talked about, we can get there. We will have the urban landscape of the future that people will want to live in. It is possible. Thank you.
All right, we're going to take a quick break. Try to be back in your seats by 3. We'll see you then. Opera, by the way, in the lobby right now. Arias.
Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. The program will begin in 5 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated and silence your cell phones. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats.
So the title of Ned Canty's talk is Opera Doesn't Suck. And you only get to say something like that and use that as a title if the thing that you're talking about is something that actually most people do think sucks. So for example, you'll never hear a TED talk by the name of that goes by Pizza Doesn't Suck, or Christmas doesn't suck, or puppies don't suck. Those are things you will never hear. The thing about opera is a lot of people think opera sucks. And most of those people have never been to an opera, never heard an opera. So Ned Canty did a remarkable thing. Crazy Ned Canty, he decided to bring opera to the people. He put it in schools, he put it on street corners, he put it in libraries. 30 days of free opera all over Memphis. Last year, actually, one of the performances was at a library in South Memphis. Not many people were there, but there were a few. And after they were done, a little kid walked up and asked Ned, he said, "Can I hug one of the performers?" And Ned Canty said, "Of course you can hug one of the performers." And the kid hugged a tenor, and that does not suck. Here is Ned Canty on the value of opera.
So just to start, I'm curious how many people, just by show of hands, have been to an opera? Just raise your, okay, wow, fabulous. How many to an opera here in Memphis? Okay, so almost that many. How many of you would rather be beaten with bamboo rods than go to an opera? Yes, you are my people. You are who I'm here to talk to. Because for a very long time, I was just like you. So this is me in 1991 when my greatest dream was to be an actor. That's my actual headshot. Yes, that is my real hair. It's also the year, coincidentally, when I saw my first opera. It was La Boheme, one of the greatest operas of all time. I got a free ticket to a dress rehearsal while I was in college. I went, didn't really like it. I was sitting way in the back, didn't really know what was going on. I couldn't see the translations that they were projecting above the screen, so I couldn't follow anything, and I was kind of distracted. I had a lot of work to do the next day. So I figured, well, I didn't like it. I guess opera just isn't for me. 5 years later, I'd become a director. Thankfully, I realized that the last thing the world needed was another pretty good actor, even if he was taller than average. You can tell I'm now a director because I'm wearing a tie and tiny little glasses. I was working in that year at Hartford Stage Company for a man named Mark Lamos. I was his assistant director, and I also understudied every male role in every show they did that season, for which I got $150 a week. At the end of that season, he said, "Hey, why don't you come up with me for the summer, assist me on an opera?" And I said, "Mark, you know, I've never studied music. I don't read music. I don't speak Italian. I didn't even study Latin, so, you know, that doesn't help. I've only ever seen one opera, and I didn't really like it, so I think I'm a bad candidate for this job." He said, it pays 3 times what you're getting paid now. And I said, "So tell me more about opera." Because after a year of $150 a week, I had debts. Now, I assumed that what I was in for was a sort of fun summer adventure with a world that looked like this. I figured I would buy a top hat, a monocle. I would spend a couple of weeks eating Grey Poupon straight from the jar. I would fit right in. Instead, I ended up at this fabulous place, Glimmer Glass Opera in Cooperstown, New York, where people happily wear cargo shorts and flip-flops to the opera, and nobody cares because the only thing that matters is great art on the stage. It doesn't matter who is sitting around you. It doesn't matter what they're wearing. None of that matters. So I was reintroduced to opera at the age of 26 in this wonderful place, and I fell in love. 5 years later, I only did opera. I didn't do theater at all anymore. And 20 years later, I run an opera company in Memphis. So clearly something changed. What I found most curious, though, is that even though I had seen one opera, I was filled with biases against opera. It was going to be long, it was going to be boring, it was going to be too loud, the singers wouldn't be able to act, everybody around me, top hats, monocles, the whole thing. But I'd only ever been to one, and it was nothing like that. So where did I get those ideas from? And I realized I'd spent my whole life watching movies and TV that show opera as the shorthand for something boring that you don't want to be at. I'd also watched enough depictions of one particular character that I'm guessing, as with most of you, if you close your eyes right now and I say the words opera singer, the image that pops into your mind is some variant of her, which is fascinating to me. The most fascinating thing, this is an actual Valkyrie. This is who that's making fun of. The most fascinating thing, and I'm sure there's a DMA thesis in here somewhere, is that those are feathers on her helmet, not horns like a Viking, because she's a Valkyrie. Somehow, these became horns. Our public image, our pop culture image of opera became this one thing, this one person. The reason for that is that this character is from Wagner's Ring Cycle, one of the most successful and most fantastic works of art in human history. It was so successful that it came to represent all of opera. Just like we don't internet search for something, we don't use facial tissues, and we don't put flexible bandages on our boo-boos. That one thing became the brand, which is a problem. Quick detour into the fat lady singing thing, because that also goes along with this. If you think about any physical activity, sports, singing is a very physical activity, there's always a physique that's going to give you some natural advantages. And if you sing for a living, you want to have big lungs because you want to be able to sing for a long time without having to take a breath. You want to have a big head because your nasal cavities, your sinuses, that's what gives you resonance. That's what allows you to be heard over an orchestra of 40, 50, 80 people sawing away on their instruments in an auditorium this size, twice the size, 3 times this size. That's your job. Those things help. Now, you don't need to have those things, but if you do have those things, you have a natural advantage, but you're probably a larger person than average. So that little guy could definitely have a career in the NBA, but he will never have the same natural advantage as the guy standing next to him. But the reason I took the detour is look at this woman. This woman is not fat. We live in a country where the average woman is a size 12 or a 14, but because we see TV and movies that are telling us that a pretty woman is a size 0 and her ugly friend is a size 2, or a size 0 who wears glasses and then you take them off and she's the prom queen. That's the world we live in. Opera shows people as they are. That's the amazing thing about it, one of many amazing things about it, because I wear a 52 long jacket and I fall in love and I fall into rages and I want vengeance on my enemies just like any other opera character. So that's just a very quick detour into how some of these biases got started, how some of these cliches got going. But that doesn't really answer the question of why so many people think opera sucks, even though they're not basing it on anything. And my theory is that a lot of it has to do with how we are told about the arts from a very young age. We're told that the arts are good for us. We're told that the arts are our vegetables, and as everybody knows, the vegetables are what you eat, so you get to the good stuff later. This is as far from the truth as anything could be. None of the arts are your vegetables. Opera certainly is not your vegetables. Opera is a fantastic bacon cheeseburger that when you bite into it, it's an intense sensual experience and the juices are dripping down and staining your shirt, and you do not care because that's how good a burger it is. That is the opera that I fell in love with 20 years ago. That's the opera that most people don't know even exists. Speaking of not knowing it exists, a lot of people say, well, what is opera? What's the actual definition? Opera is just a story told with words and music working together. Opera singers live in a world where instead of talking to communicate, they sing. You'll say, that sounds a lot like musical theater. You're exactly right. What's the difference? There is none. Anybody who tells you there is wrong, and I'm happy to do another TED Talk next year about that because that's how long it would take to get into it. So that's what opera is, but opera is also more than that. When I was in college, I was told that television is about character. We come back week after week to see these people that we've fallen in love with. Movies are about plot. We want to see what's going to happen next in this 2-minute story that we're watching. And theater is about ideas. It's where we come together to wrestle with the big questions of our day. If all those are true, then it would be easy to say that opera is about emotion. However, it's about more than that, because really it's about empathy. Somebody else used that word just a couple of talks ago. Adding music to words allows those words to circumvent our biases, to circumvent our logic. It goes straight to the gut. It goes straight to the heart. We don't think about it. What we do instead is feel what the person singing is feeling. No matter when that person was born or what country they live in or when their story is set, we feel as a community what they are feeling. So, sorry, a little Ricola action. So opera exists at this intersection of music, words, and awesome. Michael, if you could join us on stage. Just to demonstrate what music does to words, I have in my hand the Wikipedia definition of a yo-yo. A yo-yo is a toy which in its simplest form is an object consisting of an axle connected to 2 discs. Michael, a little Puccini if you please. A yo-yo is a toy which in its simplest form is an object consisting of an axle connected to two discs and a length of string looped around the axle, similar to a slender spool. It's a very sad yo-yo. So, how about some anger? Opera does anger really well. This is the Queen of the Night's Vengeance aria. A yo-yo is a toy which in its simplest form is an object consisting of an axle connected to two discs and a length of string looped around the axle similar to a slender spool. Thank you, Michael. So did I put some spin on those words? Absolutely. But the spin and the context all came from the music. So to give you an example of what we actually do, the tiniest slice of what we actually do, I've invited some of the singers we have working on 30 Days of Opera this year to come and help. Chelsea here is going to be singing a little tiny slice, a few lines of Pamina's aria from the Magic Flute. She is a young woman who has fallen in love with a man in Act 1. In Act 2, she is afraid that she has lost him forever. She will never see him again. He doesn't love her anymore, and she is desolate. It goes on like that. Thank you, Chelsea. So, the fact that she is a princess, the daughter of the Queen of the Night, and the guy who rescued her is a fairy tale prince, that doesn't matter. It doesn't matter that this is a story that was written hundreds of years ago with notes written hundreds of years ago. What opera does is allow us to feel what it feels like, or remind us what it feels like to think you have lost the person you love the most. Opera isn't always that serious. Chrissy, why don't you join us on stage, if you would? So Chrissy is just going to quickly sing an even shorter excerpt from Mozart's Marriage of Figaro, who also wrote Magic Flute. This is Carabino. He's a 14-year-old boy who has just discovered what hormones are as they course through his body. Yes, that is a woman singing the role. That is an old opera tradition called a pants role. Often a boy whose voice might have just changed would be played by a woman.
Non so più cosa son, cosa faccio, or di fuoco rosso, non di ghiaccio, ogni donna cangiar di colore, ogni donna mi fa palpitare, ogni donna mi fa palpitare, ogni donna mi fa palpitare.
So again, opera is able to capture what it feels like to have that blood racing through your body when you see a woman. Not even a pretty woman, any woman, because you're 14. That music, those words capture it perfectly. They allow us to feel what it feels like. So if anything I've said here is at all convincing, what I would encourage you to do is go out and see an opera. Go see one. We ingested a lot in little clips like we just did. Go see a full opera. And if you don't like it, you know what? Go see another one, and then another one. Go see 3, because nobody goes to see a movie and they don't like the very first movie they ever see and says, you know what? Movies just aren't for me. Yeah. Nobody does that. They do it with opera all the time. So go see a comic opera, go see a tragic opera, and go see an opera written in English in the past 20 years, or whatever your native language is. If you don't like any of those, you probably don't like opera. That's fine. God bless. There's a lot to do in Memphis. If you're worried about what to dress, there's only one rule. Nothing that will get you thrown out of a Bennigan's should be worn to the opera. Otherwise, dress up if you like or not. In closing, Dane, if you could come on. You'll recognize this number. When I think of the future of opera in Memphis and America, I am filled with optimism. I know we will win because we are an art form that brings people together to hear voices that connect us and remind us that the things that make us the same are far, far greater than the things that make us different, that are constantly being shoved down our throats by every other form of media. That is why we will win, and that is why we're going to sing about that.
Stelle, tramontate stelle, all'alba vincerò, vincerò, vincerò.
Thank you, Ned.
Thank you.
So have you ever thought of opera on a trolley?
I have. I hear that in September of 17 we can do that.
The 30 Days of Opera is about to start again, right? Tell us about it.
Yes, so this is a program we started 5 years ago, 30 Days of Opera. Every day for the month of September, we do at least one free performance somewhere in the city. Most days it's 2. We average about 60 a year. Since in the 4 years we've done it, we've reached over 120,000 Memphians. The program is now being copied and exported, sometimes to companies that ask our permission, some of which don't, and just do 40 days of opera or 7 days of opera. But that's okay. That's okay. Memphis has always been a musical innovator. We're happy to have that reconfirmed in the operatic world as well.
So yesterday when we were talking between rehearsals, you mentioned, I asked you about your experience in Memphis, and you said that you find Memphis to be a Goldilocks city. Mm-hmm. In what way is Memphis a Goldilocks city?
Well, what I say is I wasn't born in Memphis, but I got here as soon as I could. When I told my wife that I was interested in giving up freelancing and I wanted to find a company to run, an opera company to run, I said I want a city that is large enough to have a lot to do, at least one of everything, but that's small enough that I can get to know my colleagues in the arts, that I can get to know my audience, and that I can watch the needle move. What I would add to that now is a city where the arts are expected to be a part of positive change in the life of the city, which is not always the case. And that leads to just a very different mindset for audiences, for patrons, philanthropists, and most importantly, for arts administrators.
Ned, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Thank you. So, I try to go running from time to time, and before I go running, I always make a choice. Am I going to listen to a podcast on the radio, or am I going to run, or am I going to let my mind wander and run free? And I often think, you know what, I'm going to listen to a podcast because I want my mind to be occupied. And I make the same choice fundamentally when I go on long drives. And I often wonder, is something lost in making that choice? Our next guest, Dr. Ann Zachary, is the head of occupational therapy at the University of Tennessee Health Sciences Center, and unfortunately she tells us that there is. Dr. Ann Zachary on the value of daydreams.
On a November afternoon in 2007, I went for a horseback ride. I rode up a hillside, and suddenly the horse began to buck. I flew through the air and landed on my heel, forcing the head of my femur through my hip socket, shattering my hip joint. As you can see, the surgeon put my hip back together, but I was told that I would likely walk with a limp. At the time of the accident, I had been working on my PhD, and during my recovery, I took a break from that, and I spent a lot of time daydreaming. In one of those daydreams, I would visualize myself walking across the stage to earn my diploma without a limp, which they had said I would likely have, and wearing heels. In all honesty, I've always been a daydreamer. When I was a little girl, my parents used to fight quite a bit late at night. And on those nights, I would slip down the stairs out of sight and sit. One of my brothers would usually join me. We were there just in case my mom needed our protection. In order to distract myself, From the stress and tension and the harsh words, I would daydream. I would daydream about happy times with my family and a great future. How many of you have daydreamed recently? Show of hands. Not today during the talks, right? Well, if you have, don't feel guilty, because daydreaming is a universal human experience. And think about this. It's the first virtual world that each of you knew. How cool is that? Well, unfortunately, daydreaming tends to get a bad rap, and I don't think it should. So today, I'm going to tell you why. Daydreaming has lots of benefits. It's important for developing the imagination, and having an imaginative mind is critical for skills such as inventing new things, solving problems, thinking creatively, and making meaning out of situations. To be clear, I'm not talking about unfocused mind wandering. So if you're working a complex math problem and your mind drifts off, you probably won't do well on that problem. On the other hand, relaxed daydreaming is a way to reflect on life's events and make meaning of those events. During daydreaming, you experience imagery, self-reflection, insight. You make connections between complex ideas, leading to creative thought. Daydreaming is also called positive constructive daydreaming, a term coined by researcher Jerry Singer. He was also a psychologist. During positive constructive daydreams, he said that it was really important to engage your brain and think about what you're reflecting on. In order to understand what's going on during daydreaming, let's take a look inside the brain. Here are some MRI images. Our brain has networks, and this first network is called the Looking Out Network. This network is concerned with the here and now, being in the immediate moment. So this is what your brain would look like on the left if you're playing words with friends or sending a text. Then we have the Looking In Network. This network is concerned with reflection. So, for example, if you're thinking about how much your child or son enjoyed his first day of school, this is what your brain would look like. The more connections you have in your default mode network, the more you've spent time reflecting. And having more connections is associated with increased scores on reading comprehension and memory. Increased connections are also related to self-awareness, moral judgment, empathy, and creativity. And our world desperately needs all of these. I'm concerned that we may be raising a generation of young people who do not daydream frequently enough. As we know, digital media use is on the rise. Attention-demanding activities preoccupy the waking hours of today's children, teens, and adults. Think about it. The interruptions are constant. Frequent text messaging and social media use may be training the developing brains of young people to focus on the external experiences, taking the place of time spent reflecting and daydreaming. Actually, if you speak to most young people today, they'll tell you that they prefer texting to having a one-on-one conversation. And recent research reveals that with an increase in texting comes a decrease in reflection. Do these constant interruptions have implications for identity development in young people? Do they keep us from reflecting? As parents, we all want to keep our children entertained, but I don't necessarily think that it's so bad for them to be bored now and then. Downtime is okay, but they're not bored typically because they're involved in scheduled, structured activities such as music lessons and organized sports. They're on their devices, as I've mentioned, a lot. And recess has been cut due to a focus on academics and standardized testing. Don't even get me started on standardized testing. Do these limited opportunities for reflection have implications for creativity? Unfortunately, research tells us that creativity is on the decline in American children in recent decades. And as we know, deep reflection is challenging. It's even uncomfortable. And as humans, it's human nature to avoid something that's uncomfortable. So it makes me wonder, are we avoiding searching the dark corners of our minds for meaning because it's easier to send a text or play a computer game? So, how can we promote creativity in today's children and adults? First, set aside free time. Downtime is okay. Also, we need to reframe boredom so that it can be seen as an opportunity rather than a challenge and a negative. Also, surround yourselves with creative people. Be intentional about this. Schools, what can schools do? I truly believe if schools would just set aside a few minutes for children to reflect and process, their learning would improve, they would be more creative, and guess what? I bet they would score better on those standardized tests, right? Right? Okay. Also, balance is critical. So remember that. You don't want to get so preoccupied daydreaming that you can't take care of the day-to-day tasks that are necessary. And finally, encourage children to face their challenges and work through their problems. Facing and overcoming obstacles can be the root of creative thought. As you can see, I eventually did walk across the stage and earn my degree. And guess what? I did not have a limp, and I was wearing heels. I truly believe, thank you. I truly believe that those daydreams of mine were instrumental and played an important role in me reaching my goals. As we know, this world is in the hands and will be in the hands of the children that we're raising now. So let's all take the time to engage in imaginative, positive, futuristic thought, and let's encourage our children to do the same. And the next time that you're waiting in line at the grocery store, or stopped at a red light, or in between speakers at a TEDx talk, I'm watching, take a minute and resist the urge to check your phone and look inward and reflect. Thank you.
Imagine, if you will, a gift. I'd like for you to picture it in your mind. It's not too big, about the size of a golf ball. So envision what it looks like, all wrapped up. But before I show you what's inside, I will tell you it's going to do incredible things for you. It will bring all of your family together. You will feel loved and appreciated like never before, and reconnect with friends and acquaintances you haven't heard from in years. Adoration and admiration will overwhelm you. It will recalibrate what's most important in your life. It will redefine your sense of spirituality and faith. You'll have a new understanding and trust in your body. You'll have unsurpassed vitality and energy. You'll expand your vocabulary, meet new people, and you'll have a healthier lifestyle. And get this, you'll have an 8-week vacation of doing absolutely nothing. You'll eat countless gourmet meals. Flowers will arrive by the truckload. People will say to you, "You look great. Have you had any work done?" And you'll have a lifetime supply of good drugs. You'll be challenged, inspired, motivated, and humbled. Your life will have new meaning. Peace, health, serenity, happiness. Nirvana. The price? $55,000. And that's an incredible deal. By now, I know you're dying to know what it is and where you can get one. Does Amazon carry it? Does it have the Apple logo on it? Is there a waiting list? Not likely. This gift came to me about 5 months ago and looked more like this when it was all wrapped up. Not quite so pretty. And this. And then this. It was a rare gem, a brain tumor, hemangioblastoma, the gift that keeps on giving. And while I'm okay now, I wouldn't wish this gift for you. I'm not sure you'd want it, but I wouldn't change my experience. It profoundly altered my life in ways I didn't expect, in all the ways I just shared with you. So the next time you're faced with something that's unexpected, unwanted, and uncertain, consider that it just may be a gift. Namaste.
So the state ACT scores came in this past week, and Germantown led the way with 24.1, the best ACT scores in the state. I think Collierville was second, and Shelby County 16.8, 7%. According to these scores, 7% of Shelby County students are college ready. It is, of course, our greatest civic challenge and tragedy. Is it because all the Germantown teachers are better? Obviously, it's not because the Germantown teachers are better. It's because all the things we already know, poverty and white flight and all the structural obstacles that make it harder for certain people in Memphis to change their circumstance. Tasha Downey, our next speaker, absolutely is the living embodiment of those structural obstacles, and yet she is the exception too, because when she was a student at Booker T. Washington, a teacher there took it upon herself to make sure that Tasha got transferred to Central. Tasha took 2 buses every single day, she said, and that was the game changer. She found herself surrounded by teachers and students who cared about education in a way that made her care and made her reach her potential. She went on to get degrees at the University of Michigan and the University of North Carolina. She came back recently to be the head of advocacy at Teacher Town. Tasha Downey on the value of education.
I know the pretty dress and the pretty shoes may confuse you because I am a gladiator. I like to fight. From kindergarten to 10th grade, fisticuffs and knuckling up was how I solved my problems. Because I grew up in 38126, the poorest zip code in the city of Memphis. And I'm one of the 23% of kids who grow up in poverty, who escape. My mother and my father are part of the 42% of children who grow up in poverty and fight to get out of poverty the rest of their lives. So it shouldn't surprise you that I'm a gladiator against poverty. I've set my life's course in schools across this country to work to transform communities of failing schools to be places where children succeed. And from Chicago, Atlanta, and now to Memphis, we watch the needle move. We watch schools get better. We watch achievement gaps close by tiny little margins. But we don't see children escape poverty. Why is that? Because poor children are connected to poor brothers and sisters and mothers and fathers who they love dearly. And we don't leave each other behind. So if we're serious, I mean real serious, like here in Memphis where there are 191,000 people of the 650,000 people in the city living below the poverty line, if we're real serious about moving those people out of poverty, we can't just keep talking about building good schools. We have to be talking about policies that impact the lives of children's families every day. Policies like early childhood education, policy like quality access to reproductive health care services, programs and social policies like impacting juvenile justice and transforming systems of massive incarceration. We have to talk about what it means to have a living wage, real policies that impact poverty. And I like to tell my own story because it wasn't just good schools, but it was the social policies that conspired against our family even as we strive to get out of poverty. My mother and father, they back there, waved to my mama. My mother and father have been sweethearts since they were 12 and 14 years old. In middle school, y'all, they fell in love. And they had big dreams. Soulsville is our neighborhood. It's our community. And my mom and dad had big dreams of going places and building a great life for themselves, even as children. But 4 months after graduation for my mom, and 5 months after her 17th birthday, my mom had me. And my dad went to the Navy to see how he could capitalize on building an American dream for his little baby girl and his childhood sweetheart. And 1 month after I made it, my mother had a psychotic break. Postpartum depression and postpartum psychosis crippled her ability to take care of herself and to take care of me. And when my dad came on leave and extended his leave, he was dishonorably discharged. And that cut our bootstraps out of poverty. That was our ticket. But my dad ain't no punk, and my mama not either. So even against systems that said you can't have a husband in your house to get Medicaid and medicine that you need to treat the mental illness that is crippling your body and your mind, you can't get food, support, and assistance to feed you and your infant while you work your way back to wellness. You can't have two very low wage incomes and live together and get support to climb out of poverty. Those were the systems. Those were the policies and the structures that were in place while we worked to get out of poverty. And I hadn't even made it to school yet, y'all. And so, on the way to school, the struggle got even harder because I was a pretty bright child. But in my neighborhood, there were so few slots in the preschool program that you have to have cognitive limits on your capacity to get in. So my mother and my father coached me to not know my numbers, to not know my letters, to not know my name, to not know my address, and to not know how to read and identify sight words at 3 years old, even though I knew all those things. But I really wanted to go to school. And so I didn't know my numbers or my letters or my sight words or my address or my phone number because I needed to go to school. And my mother needed to go back to work. And my dad needed to go to work. And so when we talk about being serious about giving children opportunities, we can't deny that the opportunities that we need to give children are connected to opportunities that we need to give to their families, to the people who feed them and clothe them, and who send them out to school every morning. And fast forward that I went to school in the bottom 5% of schools in the poorest zip codes in the city of Memphis. We were funded based on our property taxes at my very underachieving elementary, middle, and high school. And so when we say we will make schools great to give children access, and we base the formulas by which we fund those schools to give kids opportunities on property taxes in the poorest zip code in the city of Memphis, there were no homeowners in our community to provide the kinds of opportunities. And it wasn't until I had an opportunity to go to a school across town where parents stood in lines for 3 days and slept in tents and camped out and completed applications for a seat in those schools that I got a different shot. And even after I got a different shot and a better education and a better set of opportunities, yet another system, an oppressive system of criminal justice, came into our life and our reality when my mother was incarcerated, just for being in a place where there was drug activity. And once again, my father and me had to figure out how to make it on broken pieces because of a system and a set of policies that worked against our family moving out of poverty. And so when we talk again about children and why they don't get out of poverty even when they get a good education, because I got a good education. In fact, I remember that it was 8,395 days when I got out of poverty. I remember it was the first paycheck I got that was above the poverty level. It took me that many days. In fact, that was 23 years of my life to get out of poverty. Education is the long game. And I just think if we had policies that had enabled my father to stay in the military and support my mother through her illness at the same time, or that if we had social systems that allowed for my mother and my father to stay together and work through their poverty with the support of social systems, that we could have got out of poverty a lot sooner than 8,395 days. And in fact, I got out of poverty 8,395 days. My father worked a low-wage job until he had 2 heart attacks and was retired on medical disability. That is not a way out of poverty. So if we are serious about this fight to end poverty, because in the city of Memphis, we will not move forward if we don't move poor people forward in this city. So if we are serious, our policies need to look very differently. Our schools are getting better. We've moved the needle. We are closing the achievement gap. But our children still need to eat every day before they go to school. So we need equitable policy around for how we give food to families. Our children still have parents who cannot be employed because they are previously convicted. We need policies that allow for people to go back into the workforce, to be productive and viable citizens. We still have children whose brothers and sisters and cousins battle mental illness and addictions, that we have no policies and no strategies. And so our children are left to fix those solutions on their way through their education and out of poverty. And we can fix that. And if we don't fix that, if we don't work for these policies, then we are fighting to keep children and their families locked in poverty. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was fantastic. So, what struck me yesterday when I talked to you after was you were just bursting with hope. I end up feeling so like it's too big a problem, and yet talking to you about education in Memphis, you were just bursting with hope. Are you hopeful?
I'm a gladiator. So I really believe that you can fight through struggle, and that makes me so very hopeful. Like, this city is gritty, and we grind, and we are not afraid of problems. We are not afraid of the big challenges. So I'm more hopeful than I've ever been about Memphis.
Tell me your story, or tell them your story about, because you were not planning to come back.
My friends all know this. So I've been away from Memphis 25 years. I went to college in Atlanta and went then to graduate school and had made a commitment that I would never come home. And I'd hoped that
That's a big commitment.
It was a promise that I had said that I wanted to make sure that God just keep my parents healthy enough for me to never have to come back to Memphis. And literally, I was working at another job, doing something else in DC, and met with a group of folk who were talking about the amazing work that was happening in Memphis in education. And I knew that I was uniquely positioned because of the work I'd done in charters and turnaround and school transformation and advocacy and policy. And I said there was nobody else in all of America who could do this job and who knows Memphis and who loves Memphis, and have people here who love me back to make it worth me coming and giving my best to this work.
How's it been?
It's been amazing. It's been amazing.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Thank you. I confess, I asked Tasha about that, about coming back to Memphis, because I am a complete sucker for why I chose Memphis stories. When Mark Gasol could have gone anywhere as a free agent, the fact that he chose Memphis, I loved that story. When Mike Connolly, now mind you, it involved $130 million, but when Mike Connolly decided to come back, I didn't care, I put that aside. I love the fact that he chose Memphis. And if you look at a lot of the people who talk today, a lot have very similar stories about why they chose Memphis. Tammy Sawyer was living in Washington, D.C. She said one of the reasons she came back to Memphis is she started reading blogs about all the interesting things that were happening in Memphis. Terrence Patterson, I already mentioned, was working and living in Chicago. He decides to come back to Memphis. Tasha decides to come back to Memphis. And I think the reason that I love those stories so much is that, first of all, I made the same decision to come to Memphis and to stay in Memphis. And then secondly, having made that decision, it's both fun and affirming to find out when people you like and admire have made the same decision and are part of the same club. And so that brings me to what is perhaps my favorite I picked Memphis story, which is from my colleague, the last speaker of the day, David Waters. He, like me, grew up in a Rust Belt city. He, like me, moved to Memphis. He was here for 27 years before he left. And having left, he decided to come back. And I suspect he decided to come back for many of the same reasons that drew all of you out here to listen to these TEDx talks today. Because he fundamentally, for all the problems, believes in the potential and the people of this place. He is David Waters on the value of home.
And the last shall be first next year. Occupation is one of our great preoccupations. What do you do? Meaning, what's your vocation? What's your occupation? What do you do for a living? What's your major? What classes are you taking to prepare for your future occupation? What are you good at? Meaning, what skills or talents do you have that will help you prepare for a particular occupation? What do you want to be when you grow up? I wanted to be a lot of things when I grew up. Major League Baseball player. I didn't have the eyes for it. Jazz trumpeter. I didn't have the ear for it. President of the United States. I did not have the stomach for it. At some point, I came to my senses and realized I wanted to be a newspaper journalist. My dream was to work for the Washington Post. I grew up in the Watergate 1970s. My heroes were journalists. Woodward and Bernstein and Bradley and Buchwald and all the great journalists who worked for the Washington Post. To me, they were superheroes. They fought for truth, justice, and the people's right to know. Not with capes or tights or x-ray vision, although that would come in handy, but with regular glasses and questions and words. I love words. I love working with words. I love the superpower of words to help us think and feel and know and understand. Working with words for a newspaper seemed noble and fun. Working at the Washington Post, impossible. I sent the Post my resume a couple times in my late 20s and early 30s. Nothing. I didn't even get a polite form rejection letter. I never thought I'd ever get the chance to work at my dream job in my dream city. So in 2007, when the Washington Post called me and offered me that job in that city, I took it. Some people give 2 weeks notice. I barely gave 2 days notice. Seriously. I took the new job on a Friday, and I left my old job and life the following Monday. I could not wait to get to Washington. If Kevin Costner had asked me, is this heaven? I would have said, no, this is the freaking Washington Post. I worked like 2 blocks from the White House. I got to spend quality time with the amazing Sally Quinn and the venerable, legendary Ben Bradley and hear their Watergate stories firsthand. I got to work alongside some of the best journalists in the world. I even got to work with Woodward and Bernstein, briefly. That's all they had time for. That's all I had time for. So when I left Washington, well, I'll get to that in a minute. I realized that this was my dream job in my dream city. I had made it. I was here. But it was my occupation, not my vocation. What's the difference? Well, it's all about the words. Let's check the roots. Occupation. From the Latin occupare, meaning to take over or possess, shares the same root as the word occupy. Makes sense, our occupation tends to occupy most of our time. Vocation, from the Latin vocare, meaning to call, shares the same root as the word vocative. As we all remember from grammar school, the vocative case identifies the person being directly spoken to, as in, make your point, comma, David. We don't have all day, comma, David. Here's my point, comma, audience. Vocation speaks directly to you and to me. How do we hear it? How do we know what to listen for? We're going to need some help with that. If you're trying to find the right occupation, you might consult a headhunter. If you're trying to find the right vocation, you might want to think about consulting a heart hunter. One of the wisest heart hunters I know is Frederick Buechner. He's a Presbyterian minister and writer. Buechner says we're here to find and fulfill our vocation, not to fill out job applications. Buechner says your vocation is the place where your deep gladness meets the world's deep need. The place where your deep gladness meets the world's deep need. Beautiful words. What do they mean? Let's unpack them a little bit. The world's deep need. We live in a world of infinite needs. How can you help? What work can you do that most needs to be done? The list of possibilities is endless, of course. The world needs people who can care for others and protect others, lead others and serve others educate others, and entertain others. The world needs people who can help others think and feel and know and understand. The world needs journalists. I'm a journalist. So far, so good. Number 2, your deep gladness. You have all sorts of talents and skills and abilities and interests. Which gives you the most joy? Which gives you energy, purpose, fulfillment? Which is most helpful and meaningful to you and to others? I could teach others, but I'd rather not. I don't want to work that hard. I could try to entertain others, but you'd rather me not. I love helping myself and others try to think and feel and know and more and understand more about the world. I love being a journalist. 2 for 2, still good. Number 3, where? The place where your deep gladness meets the world's deep need. Where? It's a big world. Where are you supposed to be? Where are you most connected? Where can you be most helpful? Where does your deep gladness meet the world's deep need? I really, really, really wanted my where to be Washington. It just wasn't. I grew up in Ohio. My wife, who grew up in Georgia, likes to say I'm Yankee by birth and Southern by the grace of God. I have no reason to doubt it. After we got married, we moved to Memphis. It just happened to be the biggest, closest city with an affordable university. I never intended to stay. I knew there were bigger, better places out there somewhere. I always thought I'd find one and go there. Wendell Berry, a poet and a farmer, and one of those heart hunters, could have told me otherwise. Wendell Berry wrote, "There is no better place than this, not in this world. And it's by the place we've got and our love for it and our keeping of it that this world is joined to heaven." Memphis isn't heaven. It's hot as hell, but it isn't that either. It's somewhere in between. Living in Memphis is like living with someone you dearly love and at times can't stand, who also has a chronic and possibly fatal disease. There are times of sheer joy and love and delight, moments when you are fully aware of how blessed you are to be part of that loved one's life. And there are moments of utter despair and anxiety, times when the reality of the present and the daunting task ahead come rushing back. There are times when the quirky, funky, obstinate, generous beauty and character of Memphis make you glad and proud and hopeful to be here in the capital of the Delta. And as we've heard, there are times when the chronic poverty and violence and poor health and whatnot make you fear the present and worry about the future of our soulful, doleful city. There are times when we laugh and times when we dance. There are times when we weep and times when we mourn. I never felt that way about Washington. I never felt that way in Washington. My head was there, but not my heart. My house was there, but not my home. My job was there, but not my joy. So, in 2010, I left my occupation in Washington to come back to my vocation in Memphis, where my love for words and questions can be of some use, where my love for Memphis and my keeping of it tell me there is no better place than this, where my deep gladness meets the world's deep need. Where does yours? I hope it's here. There is no better place. Thank you.
All right, I got some things to say. There is an after party tonight at the Levitt Shell, 7 to 9. Come and by all means bring a friend. All the speakers will be there, and we can continue this conversation with food and libations even. So please join us there. I really want to thank a few people. Again, the sponsors make this whole thing possible. I know people always say that, but it's absolutely true. 50 volunteers from MUS. It's truly remarkable that they spend their Saturdays doing this. There are two people maybe who work harder than anybody else on this. Luke Jensen and Anna Mullins. Do you want to come out? Do you dare to come out? Do you think you want to come out? Come out and applaud, because they work so unbelievably hard on this. Thank you. That's fantastic. Thank you very much. Thanks. It was good. And then I also wanted to say that it's a little intimidating, this TEDx thing. And there was someone, I won't name one of the speakers this morning, who burst into the green room. We have a green room. It's a very informal green room back there, and said, "Who's having a nervous breakdown?" Because you come out and you stand on this red dot, and there's these letters here, and you have no notes and no lecture, and it's going to be taped, for heaven's sakes. It's going to be out there forever. So for all of the speakers who had the nerve to come up here and do this, I do want to thank all of you and all of you who are still here. But I also think that it is that it's a little bit intimidating for y'all to spend a whole day, to commit to spending a whole day to listen, to come and sit in these chairs and listen to ideas. And I think you do it honestly for all the right reasons. As Winnie the Pooh once said, some people care too much. I think it's called love. Thank you very much for coming. We'll see you tonight.